traffic start programming in the Legal School District 20-1 for the 2023-2024 school year, August 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2024, and whereas the appointed is continued provision of the special services for 35-year-old children with disabilities enrolled in the Shriners Traffic Start program on Shriners School Resolution provided by the School District 20-1. Whereas the Newbury School District
Downgrade or revert.
information to the Shriners Traffic Start program upon completion of the assessments now. Therefore, be resolved that the Shriners Traffic Executive is hereby approve the recommendation of the Education Committee to approve the MOU agreement by the School District and the Shriners Traffic Start program for the SY 2023-2024 and be resolved as standard. Motion approved by Mr. Rose, seconded by Ms. Speedy. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Madam Secretary. 10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstaining, passed. Motion carries. Council will go next to executive resolution, starting with the third whereas the Shriners Traffic Council is the governing body and described as Traffic Council assessing authority to present the claims and demands of the state for the tribes CRST Constitution Article 40, subsection 1E, as negotiated with the federal government on behalf of the tribes CRST Constitution Article 40, section 188, and whereas May 25th, 2023, Tribal Council approved the motion to demand the removal of Steve Loki, superintendent of the Shriners Agency of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. June 12, 2023, Tribal Council held a motion and a second to remove Steve Loki, superintendent from farmhouse lots, and whereas by enacting this resolution, the Tribal Council expresses its view that it has lost confidence in the leadership of Mr. Loki, and Tribal Council reaffirms its demand that Mr. Loki be removed from his position as superintendent of the Shriners Agency, and now therefore be resolved that the Shriners Tribal Council hereby declares that it has lost confidence in the leadership of Steve Loki, superintendent of the Shriners Agency, and of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and hereby requests his immediate removal. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal Chairman or in his absence, the Tribal Vice Chairman to transmit this resolution to the Great Plains for the record of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and be finally resolved this day. Motion. 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 Motion.
I believe take more action in some, so after this, I'd like to entertain a motion to do a emergency exclusion on this, would be allowed with that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this is the, so then, you know, answer that.
We talked to,
Yeah.
I talked to Dave Warner yesterday. I called him and, we kind of just didn't really give me an answer whether he was gonna do it or not, so.
Yeah.
I sure hope they do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Indowitz?
Yeah, I don't agree with this executive resolution. We already introduced it on the record, but we lost quorum last time, so that's where it should have started again. So I don't know. We don't have a real report now from Mr. Wilkie. just kind of hearsay unless you have information. You know, it sounds like you guys got information on running them out. So, but I think on a couple of the issues we need to go public with it, make a public disclosure on what's going on over there at the BIA and some of the alleged inside trading that's going on. I heard Jerry Bynes is on detail, but she's not a tribal member. That's 638. Maybe we need to 638 land ops and mapping so that we can start doing our own mapping and our own control of the land, because BIA's failed. And there's a heavy conflict of interest there when regarding our land and farm pastures. They got a duty to the Latie, but we're the biggest tribal land reservation in South Dakota, and yet we got the highest poverty rate in the country. Why is that? It's because of the scam going on, you know, with the BIA and IRA. So I think the only thing that's going to clear it up is the treaty. Treaty's the only thing that's going to clean this mess up because it's man-made. It's not looking after the four bands, which is the homelands of the four bands. It's not looking after the best interest of all the families and the children. The BIA has failed, so we might as well just get rid of all of BIA. You know, not just the superintendent that was amazed that all the BIA employees are leasing tribal land. You know, and they asked for a waiver, but then I guess that kind of started the whole, opened up the can of worms there that needs to be exposed regarding land operations and mapping. I think we need to 638 that. I think we need to look at maybe taking over BIA or getting rid of BIA. You know, why just get rid of the superintendent? Let's get rid of the whole BIA, you know, absorb that. 638. If we can't do the whole BIA, then let's do land ops and mapping so that we have an Indian preference in there, that there should be a Lakota there doing that work, not a non-Indian who's on detail. That's just one issue. The other issue, I don't know what the other issue is, you know, the roads issue has always been an issue. Where's that at, you know? So we blame Mr. Wilkie, but I think he opened up a door here that our people need to look at on what is the function of BIA. What is their role? We're going to find out it's very limited. We're going to find out that maybe that is a conflict of interest for federal employees to be leasing treaty lands. Maybe not, who knows? But the inside trading is heavy, and that shouldn't be. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Wilkie, hear the other side of the story on record. We're just hearing Tuffy and that, you know, now it's executives. So you executives are pushing the issue that's before council already. Doing it executively, I don't agree with it. We don't have all the facts here. All we have is constituents, I guess, that are federal employees leasing tribal lands that we're concerned of. It's not about the performance of BIA, the outcomes of BIA. Are they doing their functions? We need to look at an evaluation of that. We need to have an evaluation, and we need to see what really is that function, you know, and put it out on the table, because for one thing, there shouldn't be no hungry children here. There should be no scared elders either, but there's are in every community. Every community, there's hunger, and there's elders that are worried about the future, because it seems like we don't have no government here. no government, no IRA government, you know. And that's leaving our people pretty much out in the cold, like this action here, you know. Nobody knows what the real deal is, but it is involving land, and it is involving BIA federal employees in conflict of interest dealing with that land. So I'd like to see a evaluation done instead of just removing the superintendent and then saying everything's okay. We can go back to bringing that white man's cow on to tribal lands, you know, get that extra dollar in my pocket, which some of you council reps are doing and have been doing for a long time, which to the misery of our people is not right. The misery of our people needs to end. And this function here is totally, it has to address the problem, not just removing somebody that opened up something to look at thoroughly now. We need some experts, independent experts, to come in here and do an evaluation on the BIA. Maybe we need to 638 it, but I don't support this resolution here. And my colleague that's not here, I stand with him too. I hope he was here, but I know he would be speaking up pretty loud and clear about the corruption. So that's where we're at. Salam alaikum.
Mr. Bingsmoney?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, executives, tribal council, general public. I think there's some good points that are being brought up in regards to this issue that's on the floor right now. What I want to request, I want to entertain a motion after this is voted on, that will initiate an investigation in regards to all the reports, everything that's been taking place. I think not just tribal council executives, but also our tribal members deserve that. I think that needs to take place. So we have a report of the findings. If there's issues, we need to be aware of those. And this affects the greater, you know, population that we have here on the reservation. I've seen some of the complaints made, and understandable, you know, as far as a request, but we need to have an investigation done to be able to solidify those as well. And that gives those individuals that have been wronged an opportunity to come forward and say their piece as well. So that'll be on record as well. If we just do what we're about to do without any information, like what Mr. Underwood was saying, then we're still left with a question mark, because some of the individuals are still in that situation. So that's what I wanted to do, Mr. Chairman, after this resolution is voted on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other actions or comments? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Ken Knight Jr. Absent John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brinksplenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo. Absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nine yes, 1 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. Council will go to the next one. Executive Resolution E83 2023 CR. Yeah, we'll give you guys the floor if you still want it after these resolutions. Third whereas or let me start over. Executive Resolution E 83/2023 CR. Third whereas there's a critical housing shortage crisis that exists throughout the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation, and it is imperative to the well-being of our tribal families, and all the available subsidized rental housing units remain operational and available for assignment to eligible households. And whereas there are 5 subsidized projects located within districts 3 and 4, South Main Limited Partnership, Elkview Homes 2 Limited, Buffalo Lodge Limited Partnership, Falcon Limited Partnership, and Blackhawk Apartments Sub Limited, that were developed by OT Kaga Incorporated, a 501c3 nonprofit entity, and financed through the USDA Rural Development Loans. These properties were under a third-party management agreement with the Evergreen Management Services, and property management agreement will end as of June 30th, 2023. And whereas OT Kaga Incorporated is lacking in an active board of directors, and the future operations of the 5 housing projects is in jeopardy of defaulting its obligations to the USDA Multifamily Rural Development, and at risk of losing the current rental subsidy funds, which is a central part of providing affordable rents to the eligible households. And CRST will appoint the following individuals to serve as an interim board of directors for OT Kaga Incorporated: James Pierman, Nina Fiddler, Kelsey Haskell, Thad Rose, Kenrick Dupreez, and John Kessler. And whereas the 5 properties are in need of major repairs, renovations, and replacement of appliances to ensure the safety of tenants and preserving the usefulness of the 97 housing units, and there is an immediate need to conduct a physical inspection of each unit and identify estimated costs for emergency maintenance, repairs, and planned renovation of these rental units. And whereas OT Kaga Incorporated does owe delinquent property taxes, delinquent IRS taxes, delinquent loan payments, and accounts payables. These and other delinquent accounts are another major risk to the viability of these 5 projects, as to ignore these issues will have a negative impact on the management of these properties, and there is an immediate need to analyze the financial records and liabilities to determine the annual operating cost and sources of income to ensure that these properties can be stabilized and self-sustaining. And whereas the Cheyenne River Housing Authority is an experienced property manager and does meet the qualifications required by the USDA to operate and manage these properties to ensure compliance with USDA's requirements, and it is necessary to request the CRHA to enter into an interim management agreement not to exceed 60 days, July 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2023, to perform the physical inspections, prepare cost analysis, analyze financial conditions, prepare operating budgets, and provide necessary recommendations for a long-term management agreement. During this interim period, there is no funds available to perform maintenance work orders, as the priority will be to perform a comprehensive assessment of the properties, and whereas the delinquent issues, substandard conditions of the units, financial arrears must be addressed before a third-party management agreement is signed, because the annual operating pro forma cannot absorb these outstanding management issues. It will be necessary for the CRST to be involved in the problem solving these issues, and CRST will fund a operating account in the amount of $50,000 for Cheyenne River Housing Authority to conduct the inspections, propose a management agreement, and provide immediate activities to secure the vacant units. Now, therefore, be resolved that Chairman Ryman LeBeau Treasurer Kevin Keckler are hereby authorized to negotiate a third-party management agreement and a plan to address the emergency condition of the housing units, all management delinquencies and transition expenses, and to appoint a committee comprised of council representatives to assist in the negotiation. Be it further resolved that the CRST will fund a reserve account of $50,000 for the interim management activities of OT Kaga Incorporated Properties. Be finally resolved. The disclaimer.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we got a motion approved by Mr. Kessler, second by Ms. Lee. Go ahead.
I'd like to be added to the interim board.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to add Representative Lee.
Okay. We got a motion, has been amended by Mr. Kessler, second by Ms. Lee, to include Ms. Lee as in the interim board of directors for OT Kaga. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Woods, Ken Ivey Jr., absent John Kessler,
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez, Sharon Lee,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Thad Rose,
Yes.
Derek Bartlett, Joe Bringsbury, Bob Walters, Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, 10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Go on to the next one, council. Executive resolution number E84 2023 CR. Fourth, whereas the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe CRC operates the Head Start program on the Cheyenne River Reservation and under a grant from the United States of Health and Human Services, HHS Administration for Children and Families, ACF. And whereas Delta Dental South Dakota Foundation, which provides free community dental screening for children aged 3 years through 6 years, and who has successfully partnered with the Cheyenne River Head Start program in the past years to screen Head Start students on the Cheyenne River Reservation, whereas the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Education Committee has approved a business association agreement between the Cheyenne River Head Start program and Delta Dental for 2023-2024 school year from August 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. Now therefore be resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve of the business associate agreement by and between Delta Dental and the Cheyenne River Head Start program for SY 2023-2024. Be it finally resolved, the disclaimer. Motion approved by Mr. Walters, second by Mr. Rose. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Woods, Ken Ivey Jr., absent John Kessler,
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez, Sharon Lee,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Thad Rose,
Yes.
Derek Bartlett, Joe Bringsbury, Bob Walters, Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. We'll go on to the next one, executive resolution number E85 2023 CR. Starting from the fourth whereas, the CRST Head Start program desires to partner with the South Dakota Services for Deaf to provide a free hearing screening during SY 2023-2024 for Head Start children whose families want to participate. And whereas the Education Committee has reviewed the attached MOU and recommends that the Tribal Council adopt this resolution to authorize the Head Start program and the tribal chairman to enter into this MOU and the South Dakota Services for the Deaf. Now therefore be resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendation of the Education Committee and authorizes and directs the acting Head Start Program Director and the Tribal Chairman to enter into the attached memorandum of understanding with the South Dakota Services for Deaf to provide free hearing screenings to the Head Start students, and be finally resolved the disclaimer. Council, motion approved by Mr. Rose, second by Mr. Walters. Comments or questions, Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Ted Knife Jr. Absent John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joel Bringspenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo. Absent Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Okay, next one. Executive Resolution E86 2023 CR. Starting from the fourth whereas, the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe operates the Head Start program on the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation via annual grant monies from the United States Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families. Whereas the Lions Club International operates Lions Kids Site USA, which provides free community eye screening for children aged 6 months through 6 years, and who has successfully partnered with the Cheyenne River Head Start program in previous school years to screen Head Start students on the Cheyenne River Reservation. And whereas the CRST Education Committee and the CRST Head Start program does approve a no-cost memorandum of understanding between the Cheyenne River Head Start program and the Lions Kids Site of South Dakota, and therefore be resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe does hereby approve and support the request by the Cheyenne River Head Start program to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Lions Kids Site of South Dakota for purposes of providing free vision screening to the Head Start students for the 2023-2024 school year, and be it finally resolved the disclaimer. Council, any action? Motion approved by Ms. Lee, second by Mr. Walters. Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Ted Knife Jr. Absent John Kessler. Kenrick DePreez. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joel Bringspenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo. Absent Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Yeah. 10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Council, go to the next one. Executive Resolution number E87 2023 CR. Starting from the fourth whereas, the annual funding agreement AFA between the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Title I program and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs. The purpose of this annual funding agreement is to provide the United States of America through the Secretary of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs shall supply the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe contractor with all funds to which the contractor is entitled pursuant to Section 106A of the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, 25 USC subsection 450J-1, and the contract to carry out the program services, functions, and activities, PSFA, described in the annual funding agreement, and whereas the AFA shall provide school-wide opportunities to address the needs of all children to meet the state content standards through strengthening the core academic programs in the Cheyenne River Eagle Beach School, and the funding from the agency shall be for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, SY 2023-2024, and whereas all funds allocated for operation of the education program to improve the academic achievements of disadvantaged students under Title I of the Every Student Succeeds Act of December 10, 2015, and the Cheyenne Eagle Butte School on the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. Now therefore be it resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve the 2023-2024 annual funding agreement for the CRST Title I program for the use at the Cheyenne Eagle Butte School. Be it finally resolved, the disclaimer. Motion approved by Mr. Walters, second by Mr. Kessler. Comments? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Tenight Junior, absent John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brinkspani. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. We go on to the executive resolution number E88 2023 CR. Whereas starting from the fourth, whereas the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Education Committee has approved the employment contract for the 2023-2024 school year between the CRST Title I program and the Cheyenne Eagle Butte School. Whereas the purpose of the employment contract is to employ CEB Title I program employees for 2023-24 school year in the Cheyenne Eagle Butte School, and whereas the employee shall render such services at the Cheyenne Eagle Butte CEB located at Eagle Butte, South Dakota, on the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation for the period to the following, with the 2023-24 Cheyenne Eagle Butte schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve of the employment contract for the 2023-24 school year between the CRST Title I program and the Cheyenne Eagle Butte School. Be it finally resolved, the disclaimer. Motion approved by Mr. Kessler, second by Ms. Lee. Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Tenight Junior, absent John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brinkspani. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Okay, 10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Council, I got one more resolution here. I just in. So we'll present this. I guess there's a deadline coming up for this one. And it looks like 3-year, $500,000 Native Teacher Retention Initiative. Dr. Farley called us on this one yesterday. So we'll start from the fourth whereas. In the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, the federal government acknowledged the importance of good education for our young Native tribal members. In Articles 4, 7, and 13 of the treaty, the federal government promised to provide adequate facilities, teachers, and an environment conducive to learning. And whereas Public Law 100-297 and Public Law 95-561 schools are the primary provider of education for on-reservation Native students, teachers play a vital role, second only to their families, in educating students about Native American history, language, and traditions, yet very few teachers report having received professional development training focused on culturally specific instructional practices for Native students. And whereas the National Indian Education Association, NIEA, is applying for a 3-year, $500,000 Native American teacher retention Initiative NATRI grant from the U.S. Department of Education and seeks to partner with the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and 2 other tribes from the Great Plains region. And whereas if awarded, the grant would fund the work to create an effective cultural-based professional learning community PLC comprised of a cohort of educator leaders and representatives from tribal education departments. The PLC cohort would support Native American teacher retention by providing Native teachers with leadership opportunities and resources to meet their student unique needs. And whereas the Education Committee met and reviewed the proposal and recommends that the tribe partner with NIEA on this grant opportunity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe commits to partner with the National Indian Education Association for the 3-year $500,000 Native American Teacher Retention Initiative NATRI grant from the U.S. Department of Education, and be it finally resolved. The disclaimer. Council, motion approved by Mr. Kessler, second by Ms. Lee. Comments? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Sinowitz, Ted Knife Jr., absent John Kessler,
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez, Sharon Lee,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Bringspenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Brinksmoney. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion or by resolution for an investigation to be conducted on this incident in regards to Wilkie. For the BIA to hire an outside organization to conduct it, since we're the ones making the resolution to remove him. And then also you can't expect for a department to investigate themselves, you know. We just want a clear response, and basically this could probably be our closeout report in regards to this superintendent. But that'd be my my motion.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Brinksmoney, second by Mr. Kessler. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary?
Who's going to do the resolution? Who's seconding? Bryce Sinowitz, Ted Knife Jr., absent John Kessler,
Yes.
Kenrick DePreez, Sharon Lee,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Bringspenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Okay, 10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Council, we have next on our list is district reports. But before we get into that, we'll go to Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. After we hear from the grandmothers group, there's another resolution for elderly roads. It's time sensitive. Can we do that this morning
Yeah.
too? Thank you.
Unchi is ready now. Did you want the floor this morning? Yes. Sure. Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a elderly roads resolution that has to do with some contracts. There's the attached contract behind it and the 3-bid form with 3 different quotes on it. And then the attached quote from Jensen Rock and Sand. So starting from the third, whereas the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe is committed to managing the elderly roads program through the Department of Transportation, and whereas the Roads Committee approved Mrs. Benita Clark and Miss Charlene Anderson to be added to the elderly roads list. Due to their long-standing dedication and work for the tribe, the committee approved repaving their driveways, and whereas the Department of Transportation has sought bids per the procurement manual for a paving project for Mrs. Clark and Miss Anderson's homes in Fox Ridge Housing, Eagle Butte, South Dakota, and whereas Jensen Rock and Sand Incorporated of Mobridge, South Dakota was the low bidder on the scope of work for the construction of the project, and whereas the Department of Transportation has reviewed and made a recommendation to approve Jensen Rock and Sand for the paving project, and therefore be it resolved, the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council approves to award and hereby authorize the tribal chairman to sign the construction contract to Jensen Rock and Sand Incorporated for the paving project for the elderly roads program pending contractors checklist and legal review, and disclaimer. That'll be my motion by resolution.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Thad Rose, second by Ms. Lee. Comments or questions on the resolution? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Underwoods.
Chairman and Council, there was some action on establishing some gravel pits in each district. That's been made long ago, but I was wondering where we're at with that. On the roads committee, does Dakota have an idea where some potential gravel sites for each district? We need to get in on those royalties too.
Mr. Chairman, if I might answer.
Maybe for a lot of tees too that have gravel, you know. That's how this whole elderly roads project started, was off of the royalties. We started the elders road project, so we need to look at building up some sand and gravel. Salamat.
Can I answer, Mr. Chairman? I remember from our last roads committee that Mr. Longbreak had another location he thought would be suitable that was west of the Cherry Creek community. I know that he said there's still some stockpiled gravel at the Cherry Creek pit, but there's resolution that there's no more digging in that location because of cultural and historical findings there. But we can bring that up at the next roads committee and see if he has more locations identified, but I know he has at least one. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Chairman, that is council action, so maybe we need to get a timeline on that, Mr. Rose. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods. Ted Knight Jr. absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Henry Dupree. Sharon Lee. Yes. Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Bringspan. Bob Walters. Ron Russo, absent. Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Is that it, Mr. Rose? Okay, we'll go on to the district minutes. We don't have District 1 papers here. We'll go to the next one, District 2. Anyway, we don't have anything on District 1 or District 2 for that matter. Assistant Secretary says it looks like these two are District 3. Regular session, June 30th, 2023, 6 p.m., meeting Cherry Creek Brown Building. No quorum, one person signed in, 2 people were there, looks like. And then go on to the next one, District 3 meeting, July regular session, July 9, 2023, 6 p.m. Yeah, like, no quorum there either. So we'll submit those to the record. Go on to District 4. Wednesday, June 21st, 2023, 6 p.m. in person only at the conference room at the Cheyenne River Housing Authority in Eagle Butte, South Dakota.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go over them?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other District 4 regular meeting, June 21st, 2023, had quorum with 14 district members present. The meeting's called to order at 7:17 with 14 members present. We did our reports, and then looking here, first motion by Jackson Nigel, second by Marcelo LaPlante to donate $50,000 to Eagle Butte, 25, I believe, thousand to Timberlake, and 25,000 to Dupree Volunteer Fire Departments for upgrades and repairs. That motion passed, 12 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. And it also, below that has a motion. The motion was to approve and refer to Budget and Finance. And that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Rose, second by Ms. Haskell. I believe that was to refer to Budget and Finance.
Yes.
So all in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, motion carries. Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next motion by Jackson Nigel, seconded by Rebecca LaPlante to advertise the planning director position. There was 10 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain, motion passed. That'll be my motion.
Okay, we got a motion to advertise the planning director. I think you just refer that to administration
Yeah,
or?
we'll amend the motion to refer to administration.
Okay. Okay, motion to amend, to refer to administration by Mr. Rose, second by Ms. Lee. All in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, motion carries. Mr. Rose?
Next motion by Jared Big Eagle, second by Jackson Nigel to reaffirm Law and Order Committee's previous action of the removal of Representative Ronald E. Russo from the Law and Order Committee due to his open and pending cases in the CRST criminal court in order to ensure and protect the integrity of the judicial process. There was 10 yes, 0 no, 2 abstain. That'll be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Rose, second by Ms. Lee. Is there comments or questions on the action? Mr. Walters, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not excited one way or the other, but is this able to happen when we have nothing like charges on Mr. Russo or anything like that in front of us, or that he's been indicted for anything? Are we able to remove him from the committee for that reason?
We did before. Council decides on who's on the committees, so that's within your authority. Any other comments? Madam Secretary?
Bryce in the Woods. Ted Knight Jr., absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Kendrick Dupree.
Yes.
Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brings Plenty,
Since I'm the law and order chair, I'm gonna abstain.
Bob Walters. Ron Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Eight yes, 0 no, 2 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Mr. Rose?
Next motion by Jackson Nigel, seconded by Randy Red Fox. By resolution to make Dr. Jimenez an honorary member with no benefits. There is 12 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. The motion passed. There's no attached resolution at this time, so it'd be motion to approve pending resolution.
Second.
Comment, Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Rose, second by Ms. Haskell. Comment? Go
That's
ahead.
a class A membership. So you just do the bio, have them do the background and stuff, and then that's the resolution.
Okay.
You know,
Comment,
give
please.
the history. You know, maybe he's been here 30 years or whatever. You know, family, but they'll get that bio, and that's how you base that resolution on.
Justin was gonna get that done.
Ms. Haskell, go ahead.
Thank you. The CEO of IHS was gonna get this information done for us, for the resolution.
Okay, any other comments? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwood, Ted Knight Jr., absent John Kessler,
Yes.
Henry Dupree. Sharon Lake,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Thad Rose,
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brings Plenty. Bob Walters. Ron Russo, absent Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Mr. Rose?
Final motion after that, Mr. Chairman, was a motion to adjourn. We adjourned at 9:45. And for all listeners, District 4 listening, the next scheduled meeting is July 19th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Ms. Lee?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. This is regarding District 4 constituents. And I've been waiting on updates on these. The first one is Karen Bruner. We approved through Human Services and Council to get her electricity hooked up because she needs a pole there, I guess. And I spoke with Kent Larson recently at Morro Grande Electric, and he stated they were just waiting on the payment from the tribe as far as he knew. And I asked the treasurer to follow up, so he said he would, but I just wanted to put it on record. He was going to follow up with Corey. This was through support services, so he was going to follow up with Corey, and I know that he's been doing that. So I don't know what the update is today, if Mr. Keckler, if you have one, but okay. Okay, but this was approved through council in February, but then it was too, winter was going on and we couldn't dig or anything. No one could dig and stuff at that time, so that was the first one. The second one is in the last Human Services Committee meeting, we approved Cheryl Runs After Lopez for a new water heater. She's elderly, and she's been waiting for that water heater, and I believe that Gar and Corey were both at the Human Services meeting, and Gar said they did have some on hand so that wouldn't be a problem to get one over to her right away. But I guess they're waiting on the minutes is what she was told, and I haven't seen the minutes yet, but she's still waiting, so it'd be nice if she can get her hot water heater. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. We'll go on to... Yeah. So, do we have all? We'll go to you, then after that we'll finish up with District 5. I don't have any District 6 minutes.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. We just wanted to provide an update. Um, we've been trying to get the working group together again. It's difficult because I know you guys are really busy. So the grandmothers group continues to do some work. So we want to give this update to everybody so you know what we're doing. We've been working closely with Coulter Kumbalik and Marshandria Adams. We've been, as you know, they were working at the village before it closed. And so what Coulter has been doing is maintaining the relationship with the state. And we have all our necessary documents and licenses and things like that in place. So we're ready to go. As soon as we can get access to the village, we're ready to go. We have some people who are waiting for training to be foster parents. So we've been continuing to maintain those relationships and do that work so that when we have access to the village that we can open. And so I just wanted to provide that update. One of the things that I would like to ask is, what is the update with Simply Smiles regarding the purchase of the village? Have you guys been meeting with them regularly, or can we get an update on where we're at with that relationship or that endeavor?
Yeah, we were just waiting for council to reconvene, and we would discuss that matter. So, yeah, we're getting there.
So is the purchase something that the council is still considering?
Yes.
Okay. So we haven't heard anything from the Simply Smiles board, so we just wanted to find out, is there a timeline?
Not formally, but I believe that is a matter that's gonna get done real soon.
Okay. Because as you know, the working group knows for sure, the grandmothers continue to get calls almost daily because the children are still being removed from homes and still being taken from our families, and they need placements. And I still get calls from other reservations and state entities, whether, does Simply Smiles have room for children? So we're still hearing the need, and the need is great. And so one of the things that the grandmothers group is interested in is how can this council or committees provide support in this piece of it, where we're getting calls on a weekly basis, where people need help. And the grandmothers group is the only, as far as we know, is the only organized group that's working on this. Is there anything that the tribal council or committees can offer to support us in this situation? Because we just keep saying, we try to give them support. What have you done? Who can you contact? That kind of thing. Who can you work with the state and stuff like that? But they're calling us for help because they need help from this tribe to save their children and grandchildren. So is there any considerations that this council or committees can assist us with, so that we can take the calls, but that's all we can do? So that's something else that we were hoping that we can move forward with the working group, and then, but our work continues. We're still doing work, and we're still trying to figure out how to help our people save their children. And so we're just asking.
Mr. Underwoods?
Yeah, it should be coming in our human resource minutes about getting a family protection team together again. Talking with Diane at ICWA and trying to pull in some of the programs that are working to follow up with these children. We finally got that going again, so hopefully we get that moving this month. Where those calls that you're getting, hopefully this team would follow up with that all the way to securing housing for them. So right now the houses aren't being used down there. Everything's on hold or what? Can you guys have access to those houses?
We don't have access to anything at the village because it still belongs to Simply Smiles, and they're in negotiations with you guys about the purchase. So we can't access that because it doesn't belong to us. And we're no longer employed by Simply Smiles, so
they just
they're just sitting there empty until
they're empty, and they don't really care then, right? They just want to make this.
We want them to be open. We have people who are ready to provide those services, but
would they allow that?
I guess that's something we can ask. I mean, if you give us that authority as the grandmothers group, we could refer to our resolution that we have and negotiate with them, unless you guys want to do that, because you're already in negotiations with the purchase.
That takes a little time with this, what's going on, but it seems like if you guys need that authority from the council, we should be able to give that action to you, and plus this family protection team, we need to get that moving. That way these children will be secured. That'll be the priority right now, Chairman, is to secure children in those spots. So what do we need? Like a waiver and a negotiation to house children under emergency conditions and allow the grandmothers group to facilitate that? Would you be able to handle that? The grandma's group?
Our group is ready. Also, we would like to continue before the situation with the village came up. We were working on getting access to some buildings around town, and right now we would like to get some support from this group or whatever committee to get that double wide trailer moved from behind WIC to somewhere where, because it's just sitting there. And that could be an emergency shelter or whatever it needs to be. I mean, if ICWA can manage that, or whoever you think has the ability to make something happen ASAP, that thing, they're ready for that thing to be moved. WIC is like, let's get rid of it. And they asked us if we wanted it, and we're willing to take it. We just need somewhere to put it. And I know one of our working group members was working on that, but that all came to an end, a halt when the Simply Smiles Village came.
Chairman, I'd like to make that motion to allow them to intervene on the children's behalf on emergency basis, so that, I'm trying to word that motion, but the second one on that building would probably refer to administration to see where that's at, because I don't know who had that building before, or we might have to rescind some action maybe, I'm not sure, but we can refer that to the administration. So would that be doable now to talk to Simply Smiles because of the calls that the grandmas are getting regarding children right now, that we're asking for a waiver to house those children, and authorize the OGs to facilitate that until the purchase goes through. Something to that effect would be my motion, Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Underwoods, second by Mr. Rose. You want to restate that for the secretary?
The motion to, due to the emergency condition, we're asking for Simply Smiles to provide us a waiver in order to house children under emergency and have the grandma's group facilitate, authorize the grandma's group to facilitate housing those children. Until the purchase goes through.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Madam Secretary?
Can I get a few minutes, please, before? Just, or you already?
You want to talk about this motion
I
or?
just want to say that, well, I want to thank you, Mabel Ann Eagle Hunter. I want to say that we're as the grandmothers group, the driving force for Simply Smiles. What was Simply Smiles? We've always had, you know, I mean, we've been a part of it. There's a Coulter Kumbelic. I went to school with his grandma, Rose, and I. Her name was Billy Pinkham. We know that family. And Marcella, true, she's my niece, Marcella Gilbert, but she has credentials, she has a master's degree. And what I'd really like to mention and recommend is that if we can go with that waiver, that would be excellent. We could start it, because it's sitting down there. I mean, sheets, towels, you name it, everything's there. But I would also like to recommend that Coulter, Kumbelic, and Marcella run the operation, because that's what they were doing before, when it was Simply Smiles, okay? Coulter knows the whole, I mean, they both do, know the whole plan. So I just want to add that to it, that we're ready to go. You know, we've been working on this for years. And sure, we're the grandma's group, but as Lakota elders, it's our responsibility, and as leaders, also your responsibility. And I want to thank you, Lilo Pila.
So you could amend that motion, just mentioning the OG group, but we could name Marcella if you want to, Marcella. Put your name on the motion.
Sure.
And who was the other one?
Coulter Kumbelic.
Coulter Kumbelic.
Can you let the secretary know so she knows how to spell her name?
How do you spell his name?
If the second's still there, we can amend it to name both. Amendment to the motion.
Okay, the motion's been amended. You still second that? Okay. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think what's got to happen here is there's two things that have to happen. You have to move forward with the purchase of the property if you're going to, and then you guys have to decide how you're going to run that. And to run that, you're going to have to find some money to develop an operational budget, and decisions are going to need to be made. Is this a tribal program? Is it operated separately? What relationship does the grandmother's group play in it? Are they the board that oversees it? Them are things that you guys have to do. And I'm guessing you guys don't have the money to go in there and just start taking care of kids, do you? Marcella?
So Coulter, as I mentioned, Coulter's been working with the state, and so he has negotiated if, you know, some of the funds that the state could put towards it. And also, if and when we get this, you know, this, I don't know what the status is called, like the telephone authority or the medicine wheel or 638, something like that, then that ups our ability to get even more funding for it. So, and Coulter has the details on all of that because he's been working on it since, you know, since he's been employed there. He's been working with the state, so
Okay.
there are some funds that are available to at least get the door open.
Well, somebody probably needs to identify those funds and see what it takes to open it. I don't think it's prudent to just turn it over and not have a budget or not have anything that goes with it. You're probably setting it up to fail if you do it that way. I would say you guys need to figure out the direction you're going to go and then figure out the budget, who's going to work there. Are we taking people in, Marcella and Coulter as employees, or do they got to apply? Them are all the things you guys have to do yet. So I don't know how you want to do that, but that's what needs to happen, because if you can't expect this grandmother's group to interact with the state of South Dakota and hope we get some money for it, because then what's going to happen? And what if they don't give them no money? You can't go down there and everybody be volunteer to manage children. So you guys probably need to do some homework from the operational perspective versus the purchase of the property is what I think. And then you got to identify funds that are going to be available for you guys to operate that facility. And I don't know where they're at now or what's available, but that needs to happen so that you guys have a budget and even know how to hire people. Do they go through the hiring board? Do they go through the grandmother's group if they're the oversight board? Them are all the decisions that need to be made yet that haven't. And it's probably key on getting the building purchased, because if you don't get the building purchased, there ain't much sense in doing all the other stuff, because you don't have the building if they give it to somebody else. So that's probably the key part that needs to happen, is identify funds that are going to allow that, go to that building and get the purchase price negotiated, iron out all the issues. I think the lawyer has some legal issues that are going on with it that probably needs to be discussed before you guys vote on it. And then if indeed it does move forward and we buy it, then you guys have to make decisions on how to operate it. Thank you.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman, the motion is to address those children that grandma's group are being called by families, and I don't think there'd be more than 20. I think they're case by case. They'd be probably bringing 1, 2, 3 children to one of those houses under emergency. That's why we need that waiver in place. And the grandma's groups already got their bylaws and everything in place. So they're a legal entity that we're authorizing to oversee this emergency placement of children. I say we put 100,000 down, start looking for 100,000 just to maintain keeping those children safe and here. And then again, the family protection team that's going to be started. I know our ICWA director is a little excited on that. Maybe when we get this family protection team together, maybe there might be some monies there that they can help keeping these children fed and protected and housed. That's under working right now, but I'd suggest 100,000. If I had to make that motion and refer it to budget, just to have some monies in place to take care of these children, that's the primary. And the other part on the legal, are we gonna have to go into executive? Because we probably, the grandmas wanna know timelines too, so do we, but I know title search and legal stuff like that take a little time, but are we close to having some answers on that? On the purchase and the land and all of that stuff? Do we need to go in executive, or can we talk freely?
That would be an executive discussion with the attorney, and that's what I was trying to get the attorney on to discuss those matters. Maybe later today. I imagine he hasn't responded. So, but yeah, he did the title search, things like that, and he has a recommendation for council. We also had the intern draft the charter for council's consideration, if that's the route you want to take. Similar to Telephone Authority or Medicine Village. You could change the charter however is necessary. But that's one thing that the legal intern is doing at this point. Go ahead, Ms. Rose.
Yes, we also have that separate part,
That's the Sacred Child funds.
Miss Clown? Another grandma?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. And Simply Smiles workers. I approve of their program, but isn't our current children's home, that Diane Garrow, isn't that working? I mean, how come they're springing up all over? Catholics have one. They put their children with their families here and there. And we have several. We have the homeless shelters, and the one with the children is, I don't know, it's for domestic violence only. I was told by some Cherry Creek, West End Uchi's that they don't want their children going all over, or their grandchildren. They'd rather have something built on the west side too, because you guys have that, Diane Garrow's office is here. I know they had a house back here, and then now they have a place built in La Plante. How come that's not up and running, or is it? I don't know. Is there enough room for the other children? But everybody has a right, if they're sharing the same funding. I guess I was thinking, as Kevin talked, is the state allowing everybody to draw children's funding from the same pile of money? Because the original thing was to have our own local children's home where they could go and not be sent off anywhere else. So I think that it's all right if you guys do this, that's up to you. But these ladies put a lot of work into it, and I've been listening to them over the past few months. And I know there's other people down there that are against it, but so what? You know, everyone has a chance to come here and speak. So if that our own house, children's building in La Plante isn't going to work, move it to the West End so these guys can have the whole East End, something like that, because it's not fair putting everything on the East End. There was a in reference to the treatment center. It was going to be built on the west end. All of a sudden now it's going to be built on the east end again. Things like that, and we voters are watching. And along that line, I think that they have a right to present everything that they do and what they're working with. And but keep the West End in mind. A lot of them don't want their kids to go to the East End, and they want to know why it's not working here in town, or move the building here so it'll be central, like it was supposed to be in the first place, centralized. Thank you. Pilamayapi.
Okay, any other comments, Mr. Underwoods?
Chairman, they tried to get they called it a wraparound a while back, maybe 20 years ago, Dorothy Clark, and that was to like find some safe houses, like the families are partying and cops come in and the children have nowhere to go, and then these safe houses in those communities, those children could go there. Kind of, that's what that wraparound was about. So I think part of that family protection team, I think they need to work on that. They're probably going to need some incentive, some funding. That's why I mentioned maybe $100,000 to establish that in each community. Because it just doesn't happen in La Plante or Eagle Beach, it happens wherever. So it's like what Kay's bringing up. If we get this wraparound going, this family protection team could start identifying these safe houses, and then we'll need an incentive for those families to take care of those children at those times so everything's cleared up, have a little incentive program for them that's worthwhile. It's going to take money, but that's why I mentioned $100,000. But I think that needs to be coordinated also. We got that new purchase up there in Timberlake, District 4. I don't know if they're going to renovate that house or what they're going to do with that house, but there's some homes in Isabel too. I don't know how good them homes are in Isabel, but there should be place in each community for that wraparound. Just some thought that needs to be probably administratively pushed through that family protection team and the grandma's group. Phenomenal.
We got a motion and a second. Any other comments? Go ahead.
There's, according to a lot of the people looking into ECWA and different times, and I had experience with it myself, that they only help certain people and they turn away a lot of people. I was one of them when my granddaughter was here. So this is the reason why we're ECWA, we kind of shy away from organizations that are not going to work with our people. We're working with whoever we can come to our place, to us for help. We're not going to push them away. We're not going to say, you don't qualify. We're here to help the children. And that $135,000 for Sacred Children loan is still supposed to be still there. And the reason why Simple Smiles is built in La Plante, it don't matter where it's built. We shouldn't kind of push away the East End or the West End. We should all work together. And that's a good place for the children. Everything is there. Everything is provided. Be broad-minded and think about that. And think on why is it that all these organizations of children and places, and why is it that some people are calling us and asking for help? What is going on? Don't be picky on, siding up with, be broad-minded and think about it. This place is good for children. We're not going to think about the parents or the other people that are putting out negative words out there. We're not going to think about that. We're going to think about the children needing help. So this is the reason why we're working on it. And we're standing on it. Ever since year 2014, Mandana and I started, and here we are, we're still fighting for it. And if that trailer home here in town, if we can somehow get that and use it as an office so people won't have to go all the way to La Plata, but we have an office here, and we can fix it so we, something temporary for those children to come to. I wanted to talk to our council rep, but I hardly get to see him, and he don't answer his calls. So we need to get these things, bring them to face here in council. I am for Simple and Smiles, and it's all set up. We can get that going. It's not because it's in the east. It's a place where it's already fixed for children. Let's think about that. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rose. Madam Secretary? Oh, hang on, I got Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. What was the motion again?
Want to restate it?
Motion to approve due to emergency situation to ask Simply Smiles for a waiver to house the children and authorize the grandmother's group to house those children until the purchase goes through. Amended motion to add Marcella Gilbert and Coulter Collenbeck.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree that the Simply Smiles location is the ideal location for this. I also agree that it's the best place for this because it's already up to state code as far as housing children there. However, we need to identify a funding source first and foremost. And we also need to delegate somebody to be in charge of this because we're all asking each other questions and none of us have the answers. I don't even know where this is at as far as the land purchase. I don't know if we can purchase the land, and I don't think anybody has the answer to that question. Is there somebody that we could delegate this project to that could get all of our ducks in a row? Because we're all over with this, and it's getting messy, and it's a long, drawn-out process, and we need, I don't even have answers, and I'm on council, and I don't know what's going on. So who does?
We'll have Mr. Van Norman on whenever he's available to join us, and then we'll get the legal report of this topic, and I think we'll be feel better about going forward. Go ahead, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the Unchis group and tribal council, general public. I'm all for this too. I think Mr. Treasurer brought up some good points about a budget. I know Ms. Mitchell brought up the $135,000 of the Sacred Children's Grant. That's a touch of money, and I do believe it was said it could be used for this. I believe. I think we're jumping. I think this motion is till we find out what we're going to do and how we're going to purchase them buildings down there. Again, I'm all for it. We need it. But I think this motion on the floor right now, getting to use the buildings and stuff like that, I don't think that's part of the tribe because we didn't purchase the buildings yet. I too would like to hear from our attorney, and if we could table this motion until after we hear from our attorney and see what we're going to do and how we're going to do. How can we purchase that? I don't know what the dollar figure was anymore, but how can we purchase the Simple Smiles? The grandma's group is right. The buildings it's all set up for children, and I like to see us move forward with it too. But let's find out how we're going to purchase these buildings. We're going to need to hear from our attorney about the land issue and the building issue, everything. To me, Simply Smiles came in and then they jumped out. They had something going down there, started something good and ran from it. That's why I see it. Where's all the dollars going to come from if we're going to have to put money into this? As the tribe, we know that all got to go through the budget committee. There's a lot to this, more than just having them jump into it. And is electricity and stuff on right now down there? Who's paying for that? If it is, things like that, we need to. I think we need to look into it a little bit more. I do support you. I think it's a good thing. I hope we can get another shelter out here like we were planning on out there by that horse barn. I hope we're able to do that. And that was going through Indian Child Welfare Program. That's been brought up for many years. So we got the land and, we need to get moving on it. But I would like to hear from the attorney, Mr. Chairman, if we could table this motion for a while until we can hear from our attorney. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, council members? Mr. Inouye?
Chairman, I think the due diligence that's being done is going to take time, but if the grandmas, the motion was supposed to authorize the grandmas group to take this on. They're a legal entity, and you heard that they've been involved with this since the beginning. So if these guys that are running Simply Smiles and want to sell us this estate have any compassion for the children, they'll allow this waiver to move forward. They'll actually welcome it. If you think, if they really have the heart for it, we'll find out with this motion. If they allow it, then they have a good heart. And if they don't allow it, then it's just going to be a business deal. We need to play that game too. So this motion actually is going to test the integrity of Simply Smiles, but also it's putting that authorization to the grandma's group. That's why I was asking if it's okay that, Marcella, to put you two names on there. But the motion was to authorize the grandma's group to take this on. And you're housing maybe, 1, 2, maybe children at the most? 1, 2, or 3 children at the most. Would you be able to handle that?
So each home can house up to 6 kids. Right now we have at least 3 people who are waiting to see what's going to happen. They're ready to get trained as foster parents. So we're ready. We just need to train them and open the door.
Council, I'm trying to get the attorney on, I guess, and this was this all coincides together. I don't think it needs to be done right now. I think we can wait till this afternoon to vote on this. That way we can get the attorney on and we can go over all of it, not just this portion of it. This portion has that we're on that's on the floor. It just basically involves the other purchasing the whole thing. So I think they go hand in hand, and we should just wait for our attorney to get on with us, and then we can go over this matter.
I'll pull my motion for that legal, but I'd like to entertain a motion to refer that double wide building behind Wick to administration to find out the status on that. And maybe if there's nobody requesting it, then the grandma's group need to put some type of paperwork together and request that building.
Okay.
If it's already done, then I'll refer it to administration.
Okay, motion's been pulled, and we got a motion to refer to administration, the double wide by the WIC building. Motion by Mr. Underwood, second by Ms. Haskell. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 yes, 1 not voting, motion carries. Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Chairman. I've been in close contact with Coulter on this deal too. I've known him for many years. We're good friends, but I do have a proposed operational budget that he emailed to me back in April that I can email it to the right person, and maybe we can get copies for everybody to look at. Just proposed budget that addresses some of the issues we talked about. We can have it in front of us for legals online.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good, yeah. Council, let's take a 1 hour break for lunch. Come back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Sharon Lee. Here. Kelsey Haskell.
Here.
Thad Rose.
Here.
Derek Bartlett.
Here.
Joe Brinks Plenty. Bob Walters. Ron Russo. Absent. Tuffy Thompson.
Here.
Dean Dupree.
Here.
Thank you.
Council, we left off with the Simply Smiles. We can convene on that issue at 3:30. The attorneys should be here. And before that, we was in district minutes, so we'll go back to that. We had District 5 was next. I got one set here for Tuesday, June 27th, 2023 at the Bingo Hall. And if there's another set, Mr. Bartlett or Mr. Walters, Mr. Brinks Plenty, we don't have it. But if you want to, we can do the June 27 minutes. Want to present those? We need District 5.
Yeah.
Mr. Bartlett, go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman, I got the May stamped in at Secretary's office, and I got the June 27th. We had a quorum.
Oh, we just said he sent it in.
There was a motion by,
Okay.
there's the in-house motion by Albert Spotted Bear to use District 5 $3,000 to purchase fireworks for the children of District 5, and to have District 5 Chairman Derek Bartlett to purchase either firework assortment packs or mortar packs for the children of District 5. That motion carried. That's in-house, just for the record. And there's a motion by Al Fastors to remove the signs, 4-band signs and number 9 signs to due to danger to the traffic. They're obstructing the view of drivers of traffic, and to have Property Supply remove the signs as it sits on District 5 lot. That motion carried. That'll be my motion, Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Brinks Plenty. Comments on the motion? Ms. Haskell?
Is this the lot at the end of Main Street?
Yeah.
The one on, doesn't somebody own that land? The old Fisher property, right?
No.
Does the tribe own it?
The land down here by the lights across from Eagle Stop.
Okay.
Any more comments? Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. Why would we want to take the sign down? It's 4-Bands Community Fund, right?
Yeah.
Across from LTM and that empty lot that tribe owns?
Yes.
Yeah, Chairman, that lot was given to District 5, and District 5 is requesting that that sign be taken down. There's traffic on Main Street coming onto 212. If you're taking that right turn onto 212, and you got semis coming in that area, and it's just it's obstructing the driver's view, and it's a danger. And District 5 wants it off that lot that was assigned to District 5.
Any other comments? Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Bryce in the Woods. Ted Knife Jr. Absent. John Kessler.
Abstain.
Kendrick Dupree.
Just this.
Sharon Lee.
No.
Kelsey Haskell.
No.
This one?
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinks Plenty. Bob Walters. Ron Russo. Absent. Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Seven yes, 2 no, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. Mr. Bartlett?
Okay, Chairman, there was a motion by Royce Noisy Hawk to have Vince DePreez to pay a fee to the tribe for using the tribal lot downtown on Main Street. And District 5 is requesting that he removes his property if he doesn't pay a fee to rent that lot. So the action passed. That'll be my motion, Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Bartlett. Is there a second?
Is that the one over here about where that sign's at too?
This one's downtown across from the car wash, south of the car wash. That little lot there, that's tribal. That's a tribal lot. And he's that business has been using that lot for years. And we understand Mr. DePreez was sitting on council, and District 5 was asking that be removed unless he starts paying a fee. And some of the discussion was that you have people in the old T-Town Mall paying a fee for business to use their tribal property in that T-Town Mall. So they feel it's not fair that, ex-council rep's using that lot down there and making business and making money, and he's not paying a fee to the tribe.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. I thought that lot was assigned to Cheryl Dupree. It was previously assigned to Mike Russo, I believe. And after that, I thought it was Cheryl Dupree's through the land committee. I remember something. I think we should check.
Mr. Bartlett, you want to refer this?
Yeah, make a motion to refer it to land.
Okay, we got a referral to land. Motion's been changed. Second by Mr. Walters. All in favor, raise your hand.
Yep.
Okay, 10 yes, 0 no, motion carries. Mr. Bartlett, go ahead.
Okay, Chairman, there was a motion by Christian Huntshorse to re-advertise the current manager position at the old agency building. Did receive a second by Al Fastor's. Motion carried. That'll be my motion.
I think sounds like a personnel issue. You want to refer that one, or just move on to the next one, or?
Refer it to the administration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we got a motion to refer administration by Mr. Bartlett, second by Mr. Brinksplenny. All in favor, raise your hand. 9 yes, 1 not voting, motion carries. Mr. Bartlett?
Okay, there was a motion by Royce Noisy-Hawk to re-advertise the manager position of the New Hope Shelter across from the LTM. Did receive a second by Christian Huntshorse. Motion did carry. That'll be my motion.
You want to refer that one, Mr. Bartlett?
Okay, motion referred to administration.
Yeah. Okay, motions to refer to administration by Mr. Bartlett, second by Mr. Walters. All in favor, raise your hand. 7 yes, 3 not voting, motion carries. Mr. Bartlett?
There's a motion by Al Fastos to have the transportation clean up the streets in preparation for this year's fair and celebration. Did receive a second by Diane Garrow. Motion carried. Chairman, that'll be my motion.
Motion by Mr. Bartlett. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Walters. Comments? Mr. Brinksplenny.
Right now, they're over on Meadowlark Hill. They're working their way up, but they are working on it. So it's a good motion.
Good. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Bryce Underwoods. Ted Knife Jr. absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Kendrick Dupree.
Yes.
Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Doug Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinksplenny. Bob Walters. Ronald Russo, absent. Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Mr. Bartlett?
Okay, there was a motion by Joseph Whiteeyes to support the resolution of hemp to grow on Shine River pending resolution. did receive a second by Christian Hunthorst. It was a resolution read into record at the district. We didn't get a copy, so Chairman, that motion did carry, but table it pending documentation.
Okay.
And motion by Christian Hunthorst to have free Wi-Fi after hours from 5 to 8 a.m., 5 p.m. to 8 a.m., and for businesses to allow the free Wi-Fi. Motion did carry. That'll be my motion.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Bartlett. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Brinksplenny. Comments or questions? Ms. Haskell?
What businesses?
Chairman, the discussion on that, just to answer Ms. Haskell, is that the tribal members, some don't have access to Wi-Fi. They need to make contact with their family members through Messenger or Facebook or their emails. And not everybody has access to that. They're just asking that the tribal businesses assist after hours, and that's probably going to require administration to set up some type of passcode for the Wi-Fi's after hours, and to have those businesses set up their system for during working hours and after hours. So they're just asking that some people don't have a place to go get Wi-Fi. You see them parking around some businesses allow it, and some households don't have those passcodes, so they will park around the businesses or around these households. So they're just asking that. And some of the discussion is that in the cities, they do have a centralized Wi-Fi system throughout that city of whatever city that allows it. So they're asking that the tribe participate with some type of plan like that, some type of plan of action to allow members to use Wi-Fi after hours.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. I believe these people use the Wi-Fi. No, I believe they use the motels' Wi-Fi and other Wi-Fi, but I think that's up to the businesses. We can't tell businesses. As far as Credco businesses, that has to be a decision that goes to the Credco board. We keep leaving Credco board out of decisions that affect these businesses. And we're meeting Monday night, so I'm not going to vote for this. I'd like to see it go to Credco if we're discussing Credco businesses. Thank you.
Chairman, motion to refer to Credco.
Okay. Motion's been changed to refer to Credco. Is there a second still there? Second still there by Mr. Brinksplenny. All in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, motion carries. Do you have any other minutes? I don't think, if that's it, then Assistant Secretary says she don't have the May minutes that you mentioned. Oh, you just got them?
Yep. That's it for the June, Chairman.
Okay.
You want me to do the May?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Tuesday, May 30th, at a District 5 meeting at the Bingo Hall with the quorum present. There was a motion by Rain Batone, second by Albert Spotted Bear, to approve the Housing Allocation Program lottery selection process. A district may choose to allocate its houses through a lottery selection of eligible applications. If the lottery method is chosen, the district HAP board must first determine how many of each size of home is needed in the district. The board shall do this by reviewing the applications received to determine the need for 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom houses and apportion their budget accordingly. If using the lottery selection process, the district HAP board must also budget an additional $15,000 for each home in the event the selected participants need assistance with access to land and utilities. That motion carried, Chairman. It's an in-house motion. In the policy, it discusses districts. The district approved of that. So, well, that's just for the record, Chairman. This next one's an in-house motion. This one here was a motion by Janie Mann, seconded by Diane Garrow, to have the tribe allow District 5 members to use the bingo hall for community events, birthday parties, meetings, family gatherings, dinners, and District 5 meetings with access to key. And Chairman, that we got a key now, so we could just pass that. We could pass over that one. The next one's the in-house motion. So there was a motion by Marlon Minor Sr., seconded by Al Fasthorse for the tribal attorneys to look into illegal taxation of our tribal members by the city of Iggy Butte. That motion did carry. I'll make a motion to refer that to Steve Gunn.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to refer to Steve Gunn, the tax issue from the city by Mr. Bartlett, second by Mr. Walters. All in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, motion carries. Mr. Bartlett?
Yeah, Chairman, and then there was a motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. District 6 minutes. It is done. Okay, we'll go on to regular minutes. Ms. LeBeau, would you?
Council, representatives, executives, I just want to comment on, because I am just a class member, even though I have no representation there. Even get assaulted when I go to district meetings. But this tax issue for the city has been long. There's so many actions. Research all the actions. I've been coming to you guys for almost 5 years on the city of Little Bit. Research to speak up, research to speak up. When are you going to get some action? You know, right here. I want to be Ward 7 of the city of Eagle Butte, because no one's representing us on Meadowlark Hill, Chinatown. Most townships and municipalities you go to in the non-union world, you have a say when they increase your rates and when they increase your taxes. Yet here, us, Lakota, don't get any say at the city. We've been talking about this tax issue for a long time, and you guys didn't want to say anything, but look at the things in executive sessions. I used to be a representative. How many executive sessions have come up? Over 10 years now. 10 years. Eagle Butte, non-suit. If you guys know what that means, then you've been paying attention to your own tribal government. But if you don't know what Eagle Mountain means, then you're not paying attention to what the city is doing to us. It's huge. It's huge. So I would like some actual resolve on that, because I'm an actual city water team member. I'm not going to sit on top of that thing and tell them they can't ever come shut me off, that hole, that pipe. We're paying for the infrastructure on our bills, all those USDA loans, we're paying for them. 1% tax when we eat. If you don't say, hey, I'm brown and I'm Indian, no taxes get taken off. How many times are we going to sit and fight over the same issue? Why not? 10 years. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. LeBeau. Mr. Bartlett, you had a fair board resolution, and then Ms. Haskell will go with the budget.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, there was these are in the fair board minutes, but just to expedite it, and I know we only have a certain amount of council reps here. And, I'll start with the third whereas. Pursuant to the Cheyenne Sioux Tribal Constitution bylaws, the Tribal Council is vested with authority to promote the interests of the tribe, including peace, safety, property, health, and general welfare of the tribe's members. And whereas the CRST Fair and Rodeo Board approved of a motion by resolution to authorize the tribal executives to obtain a loan in an amount of $900,000, including applicable loan fees from the Dakota Prairie Bank, and whereas the loan will be paid in equal payments beginning September 30th, 2023, in an amount to be negotiated from the Fair and Rodeo Bank account, and remaining balance shall be paid from the general fund budget. And therefore be resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the CRST Fair and Rodeo Board motion to approve a resolution authorizing the Cheyenne Sioux tribal executives to obtain a loan in an amount of $900,000 from the Dakota Prairie Bank for the 2023 CRST Fair and Rodeo. And be it further resolved, the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Chairman, Treasurer, and Secretary to execute the loan documents as needed for this loan. And the tribe's disclaimer, Chairman, that's my motion to approve resolution.
Okay, we got a motion to approve resolution by Mr. Bartlett. Is there a second? This is for the CRST Fair, Labor Day, Rodeo, Powwow, inflatables. Second by Mr. Joseph Brings Money. Mr. Underwoods?
Yeah, I got a question. Usually, I think they put up 6 cows for the fair. Are they gonna still do that? Process the 6 cows, or are they gonna have a cook shack?
Mr. Bartlett?
Yeah, Chairman, we signed the letter of request for the kitchen staff to do 2 meals this year, so we'll be doing 2 meals instead of 1 meal. We're requesting out of CB school. The kitchen cafeteria will be open this year for people to meet with family or socialize or take time out over there to eat at the cafeteria. So that's there will be food served during the fair.
Any other comments on the resolution? You want to do that or? Good.
I know the tribal beefer kept back some steers, and we're gonna donate them for the fair. I think there's 8 or 9 of them they got down there. So
that was my question. Are they gonna boil it up over here in that big soup kettle, or is that gonna happen? Or?
Yeah, Chairman, if my colleague can come to the Fair Board meeting, I haven't seen Mr. Underwood's probably at any of them, but those are good questions. We're doing things different this year as different chairman of the Fair Board, and it's just like chairman of the tribe, there's things that are being done different, and we're trying to save money, and we're trying to put together the best fair that we can. So it'd be good if you can come to the meetings and we can kind of explain to you what's happening with that cook shack's terrible. It's run down, and mice and bugs and blood that's still on the floor, things like that. So it's just that whole building needs to come down. We need to build a new one. So for now, we're going to feed at the kitchen, and there's a budget there. So what are you getting at? You want somebody to cook at the cook shack? Because last year it cost us $47,000 to do that.
Okay.
Yep. And we had food being served at the kitchen, so we're saving money doing it my way. Thank you.
He just wants boiling meat. Ms. Haskell?
I have a question for the treasurer. What is a normal loan amount on this?
Just keeps going up. I think the first year I was here, it was $110,000. Now it's what, 900 plus money that was left over in Tetra. I think 112,000 or 15.
What was last
So
year's
it'll be
budget?
over $1 million. Last year was 780,000, I think.
Was that over budgeted? Did we spend all that?
Spent pretty much all of it. I think we had to come back and get more, maybe. So, thing you guys got to remember, this is going to be our first winter without ARPA. ARPA bailed us out the last 2 winters. Money for heating assistance and propane and lodging, and that's gone now. So you guys need to think about what we're going to do to make sure we provide everything for our people when the winter months come. So in my eyes, I hope we're saving and doing some things like that. A couple $100,000 for propane would go a long ways this winter. So instead of blowing everything on a grandiose celebration, let's try to save some of that and provide for the people this winter. That $500 a month for 3 months that we gave, that ain't available no more. Food, electricity, propane, water, that's no longer here. So as you guys are doing these budgets, think about that.
blow it all now and we'll skimp during the winter months, or we can try to save a little bit and provide for our people when they need it the most. Thank you.
Any comments? Ms. Clowney, do you want the floor?
Hello. I think with that being said, the annual powwow was a tradition, started out to be a tradition for us traditional people. And each community had their own powwow also. This year, I understand there's a plan to give the employees and whoever work for the tribe $20,000 or more per person, according to their years of service to this tribe. So why not use that for the winter? Instead of giving that to these people, some of them haven't even retired. And so to me, that's kind of a conflict. If you want to look far ahead and plan that, where's all this money being spent like that when they haven't even retired yet? So I would say that, Mr. Terrabin. And I needed to say some comments about District 5 minutes, but you didn't let me speak. So with that being said, I hope you let me continue to speak because I asked you for the floor this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clown. Go ahead, Mr. Indowitz.
Chairman, here's the treasurer's concern, but I know the money's there, plus interest, but just the part about a long time ago when they used to have these old canvas tents. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was kind of like military style where everybody set up their canvas tents and they'd bring rations in the morning, like cut of meat and eggs and potato and bread, breakfast, and then they'd bring in, they'd cook soup up for the evening, but they had rations. Now, if we had our own our own chicken farms in the 6 districts, and we got all the beef, buffalo, we could feed our people. So we need to really start looking at that, feeding our people in each community. What's that going to take? You got to take care of that livestock. You got to take care of those chickens, but you could produce eggs and meat right there. A bakery for bread. I think we need to invest in that. How they used to have these powwows long ago where they, like Ed was always looking at those 6 cows for that's why I brought it up, was that we're not going to make soup. We could ration those cows out or whatever, the meat out. I don't know. Yeah, just throwing that out there. Just right now it's catering, so. But that's good too, But that's why I brought it up. There's more to it than just 6 cows, but it's food. Just wanted to share that, Chairman, about a long time ago, powwows. They used to have rationing. They ration out food to the families.
Okay, any more comments? Mr. Kessler?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, executives, council, general public. Yeah, I don't believe I can support the motion at that dollar amount. The treasurer's pretty much right on that there are a lot of needs that are going to present themselves in the next few months. I believe the reason that we went high dollar last year was we had told the people during the pandemic that when we come out of the pandemic, we're going to celebrate and we're going to come together in a big way. And that was the reason for the higher amount. It took a few extra dollars to obtain a carnival because there was none on a contract. Mr. Lawrence, Representative Lawrence at the time, looked far and wide and last minute came down with this carnival contractor. And that's how we ended up having the carnival last year, was he put a lot of effort into making that happen. But, and as far as the cook shack and the food process, we ran into the same issue last year with the steers being donated by the tribe. They would not prepare them in the kitchen at the school. That wasn't something that they would allow. So they did one meal out of the school, and the big meal, the supper meal, was done behind the cultural center, cooked the traditional way, big pot, firewood. And the constituents, the people from my district, they count on that job and that part of being involved with the celebration. I've got at least 6-8 people that are participating in the cooking of the meat and the hauling of the firewood. Actually, my neighbor was getting his chainsaw out of Hawk yesterday so he could get to cutting firewood just in case. And he's the one that brought it to my attention that at this time there was no need for his services. My neighbor has counted on that for many years and has always held that role. And I would like us to see us continue on that path. Our people like boiled meat. They like boiled food. And it's a traditional meal. And it's something that our people are good at. You know, you got your fry bread makers. That's a whole art to itself. So I really think we need to take a long look at the projected amounts. Go back to the table one way or another. We gotta cut down. We gotta cut back, and get ready for the tough times. The world's changing. The economy's changing. Conflict throughout. So we do need to be cautious as we go forward. So with that said, I'm not sure I can support it at this amount. We need to find a way, either send it back to committee or negotiate it out. But it does need to come down significantly. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Bartlett, go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman, be good to get my colleagues at these fair board meetings, you know, because it's a lot of work, and we're doing committee work right here. I can go home and get the packet and bring it here, and we could talk for a couple of days over this budget. And my colleague, Mr. Kessler, can get that family in here and try to get that family a job or whatever. But it's not about that. It's about celebration and fun activity, and it's not about making money. It's about this 1 year celebration to provide for our membership. So we shouldn't be trying to give certain people jobs, or, you know, be thinking that type of way. Everybody needs jobs, but this is a celebration, and it's within the fair board. And like I said, you know, yesterday it was me and Kelsey were the only ones there, so we weren't able to push this resolution through or even discuss it. We discussed it, me and her and a few of the other people that showed up, but my colleagues, if you guys can at least make the meetings. I understand now why RJ and even Mr. Kessler had trouble when they were chairing these fair board meetings. There's a lot of work to it, a lot of process. We have a carnival that wants to come, the same one last year. Basically want the same payment. They're going to try to wait till the last minute, and they're probably going to ask for $220,000 again to come for 4 days. So last year when we discussed that at council, it was like a $20,000 that we went into. We took a recess, and we had RJ get on the phone with the carnival guys and see if they can come for what. From what I remember, it was $20,000, and then after I get all the documents, you know, that carnival came for about $220,000. So, with that type of money, we can lock in a big carnival, you know, these larger carnivals. But during the Labor Day, all these carnivals are being taken. So here's the tribe, and they know we need a carnival, so they're going to try to get the most out of us. So what I'm doing is waiting for this other group to make contact with me. They're going to try to piece together a carnival. We got family fun shows. You got Midwest carnivals. You got a couple other ones, but it looks like Midwest is our only option right now, so I'm hoping they can make contact with us. The reason why this is at 900,000 is because we don't got time, and we can't get quorum at the fair board to discuss these issues or discuss a budget. And I know my colleague says we need to go back to the table. Well, my colleague hasn't even been to the table, so I don't even know how we can discuss it if you're not at the table. So we're doing what we can. 900,000 doesn't necessarily say we're going to use the 900,000, but we're going to stay below that, and we can start ordering, these barriers. Mr. Gunville yesterday said they needed saddles for the rodeo. When can we order them? So that's why we're pushing this through, is to start the process on ordering those saddles for my cowboy friends over there at the rodeo grounds. So other than that, we could take another couple weeks and do a last minute fair and lose money in the end, but we're trying to save money. So, but yeah, if you guys just come to the meetings, you'll kind of know what the vision is, the idea, and how we're trying to save money. And we're trying to, there's a lot of things happening now. The BIA, we met with them at that previous meeting, not yesterday's, but I believe it was last week. We asked Steve Wilkie and BIA. They sent Tony Kennedy over, so now their BIA is cleaning up the streets. We told them to clean up the sidewalks and the streets. We shouldn't wait till last minute every year. This community of Iggy Butte should be beautified throughout the summer, not last minute. So our people should be able to feel that energy. Fair's coming up. We're cleaning up the community. It shouldn't be a week or two that we're picking up trash and trying to put paint on the arena. So we ain't going to put paint on that arena this year. We heard all the complaints last year. People clothes are damaged to white paint. So if you go through that cook shack, like I said, I haven't seen any of my colleagues go over to the cook shack and look at it. Those bathrooms are cheap. We need a whole new cook shack and new showers and bathrooms, and yeah, it's terrible. So we're doing what we can, council, and with this resolution passing, we can start ordering. We got poster guys ready to send out posters. Other tribes have already advertised their fair and rodeo and powwows 3 months ahead. We're doing our best to try to get the advertisement out at least a month before the fair. It gives 4 weeks for people to see what's on the posters if they want to come and compete. So that's basically what we're doing. But it's good to do committee work here, Chairman, but I don't think we should be doing that. Come to the board, and we can discuss it, and we can work together. And other than that, if we're going to bring up more issues here, we should allow us to recess, and I can get that packet, and we can make copies for the council, and we could be the board here and do the actions here. Thank you.
Chairman.
Ms. Haskell and then Mr. Underwoods.
Thank you. So yesterday we got a lot of stuff done, you guys. The rodeo budget is completely done. The landfill budget is submitted, and that's completely done. And that's for from cornhole to the rodeo, the powwow, the cook shack, softball, horseshoe. So landfill budget is completely submitted. We got the powwow budget finalized. We got the queens for powwow and rodeo finalized. And I don't have any information on, do we have a budget for, Mr. Bartlett, do we have a budget for cornhole and for horseshoe?
The request came in for that cornhole tournament. I believe it was 37,000 they're requesting. We held off because that was one request. And if you look at the rodeo royalty last year, it was 5,000. And I know Ms. Haskell informed me that they want 7,000, so that's going to increase a couple thousand there.
The increase was from, and I did get a justification on that. It was the increase on the crowns price. But if we could have, this needs to get done. One way or another, it has to get done, you guys, or we're not having a fair. For the simple fact that we're not going to be able to order stuff at some point. In that request is our beaded royalty crowns and our we need to get our crowns ordered for the rodeo royalty. So either we need to have a meeting on Sunday, a fair board meeting, or we need to come to an agreement today. But we're running out of time. So we need to have something done by next week, or else we're not gonna have anything ordered. And nobody's gonna take an order from us without any money. So I'm willing to have a fair board. I'm willing to do fair on Sunday if anybody else wants to meet on Sunday by Zoom. We need to get this done though. Buddy's working on a budget for softball and for the horse races. And that's all we're missing, I believe, and then everything will be done.
Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, Chairman, good power on the small community is probably 15, 16,000 that'll pay for everything, everybody. This year is our big annual power. I'd like to see that, maybe that if somebody needs to spear up getting those, how many head butchered and that soup cooked again, I'll probably go ahead and look that up, get some guys to help out. But then they're gonna need, So I'm hoping that'll stay on the budget. The cows are donated, but we're gonna need the manpower and stuff to butcher them and all that. So I'll be willing to take that on, but I need a budget. And usually we have the budget in front of us. We usually have the budget in front of us, telling us where all this money's going at. That way we can figure it out. Right now we're here 900,000 and no budget itemized. Need to look at that and then add in this, I guess, beef, cook some soup up. I could figure something out on that, but it'd probably be right in there, with these other ones that aren't done yet. I'll talk with Ed, see how he got that going. So I'd like to see that part keep going. I'll take that up, Chairman. On the livestock, I'm getting them cows cooked up. So usually we have an itemized budget in front of us. I remember when it was 166,000, that was like 10,000 increments every year, like what Kevin was saying. That's how we were going, but now I'd like to see the budget. Pelamalo.
Any other comments?
Chairman.
Mr. Thompson? All right, go ahead, Mr. Thompson. And then-
Chairman, sorry, Mr. Thompson, so things to look at is what Bryce is talking about is he wants that cook shack. Now, me being the chairman of that fair board, I'm in a position where there's like 5 families that want to do the cook shack because what? There's 47,000 involved. Now, I haven't seen no budget from the research I received from the offices on that last year's cook shack. So we don't know how much those employees are paid, what the organizer is paid of that cook shack. We don't know how much cows were donated, and things like that. So 47,000 and meat still being donated, So that's kind of the things that I'm looking at. You got play day of 5,000, horse races were 40,000, inflatable 65,000, fireworks 20,000, miscellaneous, they put money aside for the CRST fair, 4,000, talent show 6,200, 2 crowns. 2 people are doing the crowns, two apiece at 2,500. So, royalty coordinator, $18,684. Bingo budget was $11,700. Takoja game, 7,000. Horseshoe tournament, 21,000. And then this year, the new ones, that cornhole tournament, 37,000. So those are things they're trying to figure out. Horseshoe tournament's been always kind of in there, and then you got something new coming up, and that's kind of increasing the budget if the board approves of that. So security was at $82,400. Badlands septic services $22,000. CRST merchandise $10,000. BIA cafeteria was paid $30,000. Powwow food $47,000. That's the cook shack. Volleyball $2,000. Veterans group was paid $5,000. So what I'm saying is you have a lot of people that are thinking that last year we got paid, this year we're going to come and we're going to get paid again. So I don't believe in that. You know, if a department got paid last year, and if the powwow and the bathrooms are property and supplies business on making sure they're operational before the fair, then it should be all that work should be done before the fair. So I'm just saying, there's people coming and saying they want to do this. I want to get paid for doing this. I want to get paid to do this. So it's up to the board to come up with this activity, and I don't see anybody coming to the board and, you know, working together and trying to provide this celebration. It's more or less people coming in and, you know, I voted for you and that type of stuff. So we shouldn't make it like that. Just show up to the board, let us do the board work. If we pass this resolution, we'll stay below that. We might not even use 800,000. So, but it needs to get done, like Ms. Haskell said, so we can come to the table. And if we're gonna do the cornhole tournament, are we gonna do the horseshoe tournament? Are we gonna take one away or leave one in? You know, we need to discuss that, but I don't think it should be here at council, because that's what the board is put in place for. So, like I said, Chairman, we could talk about this for, you know, a couple sessions. It should be within the board. If you guys just attend those board meetings, we have a month and a half to get this going. So we need this resolution passed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem supporting the motion up to 900,000. I don't think we're going to exceed that amount, but we could amend the motion to up to 900,000. Also, you know, we keep, there's a lot of things coming down the road, and we have this crap deals agreement in front of us that could generate tens of millions of dollars for our general fund every year, but we sit here and fail not to act on it. That could do a lot of things. If we would have had that done a month ago, we would have had probably $15 million coming into our general fund this October, but we're not now. We passed the buck, but I support the motion as long as it says up to 900,000. I don't think we'll need that much. Can always give it back. What really frustrates me is you go around all our communities that do have these celebrations and stuff. It's all volunteer work, volunteer time. Businesses donate to it. But we choose just to go get a big loan, you know. That bank, this is the same bank we get a loan every year, Mr. Treasurer. Do they donate to our fair? We just pay them that high dollar interest on the loan, huh?
Not sure. I just been the treasurer for 7 months, so but I can find out.
But like Mr. Bartlett said, the fair is going to be around the corner here in next 2 months. So I support the motion up to 900,000. I don't think we're going to spend that much. If we don't, we give it back, pay it on the loan, whatever. But something needs to happen here today. Thank you.
Mr. Brinks-Plenty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's one thing I wanted to comment on as well too, is the treasurer brings up a good point in regards to some of the issues that may be facing. ARPA's doesn't exist anymore. That's what the tribe leaned on. But also too, Mr. Thompson brought up a good point too with the CREP. And I'm not too sure if all of our tribal members are really aware of CREP. But if you had $13 per acre coming in tribal land that comes into the tribal coffers, the tribe could access that money and utilize it. Now, I know that people have land, that own land, and they should be able to, the tribe should pay them. If their land is going to be enrolled into that program, then pay them that $13 per acre, not for it to be sent out to anybody else. Because I know that there's people are discussing the percentage back and forth between the range unit holders, but there's an expectation of how the land's supposed to be run. I mean, you got overgrazed land, overstocking, longer periods than what's agreed for, but they should be following those rules. And I know, Mr. Chairman, we had discussed that, and he said that they would be expectation of them to have to rotate those cows in and out of there in regards to the land that's being grazed on. Well, that's already an expectation. There shouldn't be anything additional. So the funding that's coming in should be coming into the tribal coffers. And we should approve that. Rather than having a percentage of range unit holders, because guess what? They get to use the land and they have more than what some of our Unshika relatives over here have. And that gets, it's almost like a hereditary thing. It gets passed on to family member after family member. So none of the other individuals have a chance at it. So there's our money right there. What do we do as leaders? How do we contribute to our community? That's what we have to ask. What do we do? Mr. Treasurer brought up a good point. We're gonna have some of our tribal members that are gonna be in need this coming winter, and some probably gonna freeze to death. We have to be ready for them. He knows now, because he's getting all those phone calls during the weekends and at nights, everything. Because I know they're calling me and I'm forwarding everything to him because he's got the tribal credit card, When we do something for our people, what do we do? What do we do ourselves? Do we contribute ourselves, or do we utilize the tribe to contribute? Because that's not contributing. We can do the right thing. We can do the right thing and help in that way, but the best that we can, but we have to optimize what we have. I mean, look at what resources we have, and this land is one of our biggest resources. It's also our most misused resource as well. So we have people that have expectations of us as constituents. We need to stand with them too. We have a whole large population out there that is in need. We need to support them. This right here, Mr. Bartlett, I know he's been hitting his head against the wall, trying to get something good going for our community, and we've suffered a lot. We need to have somebody come in and probably do a study of how, why so many of our young people are dying. We need to create some programs to give them something back to them. It doesn't take much to really help or care or have love for someone. I mean, those are our laws as Lakota people. We need to be helpful. We need to do the best that we can, even if we don't have very much. I know I don't. I get messages from one of my constituents said that her bathroom floor is all shot. If they can find the material, I'll go do the work myself. I don't need to get paid for it. That's how we help. With what we got. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brinksplenny. Mr. Kessler?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I'll just ask you a question of the treasurer on the debt service that goes along with this type of loan. What's the payment schedule and what would it look like? Just a broad estimate.
Last year's payment schedule, we're just making the final payment is being vouchered up this week. Normally what we do is we do use the first couple months as the revenue from the fair, the funds that weren't used. That's what pays the budget, or pays the bill. And then fair and rodeo loan, $787,000, and we paid $89,710 for 8 months. And the last payment just we get the notice on June 30th, so it's either being vouchered or already paid. So then you start over again in September or October after the fair.
Could you shoot an estimate out on this $900,000 proposal?
Well, if it's 900, basically you're adding 113,000 over 8 payments. So you're adding another 14,000 bucks. So the payment would be a little over 100,000 a month
for 8 payments.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted him to state those numbers so that we have something in our mind of what we're looking at. And I think that that's excessive myself. I don't know what the rest of you think about it, but the treasurer's already given his take on the upcoming winter and possibilities, extra needs of funds. And as far as my colleague, Representative Bartlett, and his statements of come to the fair board meeting. I've been doing the fair for 5 years since I've been here, or actually 6. Mr. Bartlett has never attended a fair board meeting or assisted in any way prior to this year. So I don't know, I just wanted to state that fact. I'd be more than willing to come back and give these guys a hand and chip in and figure out how we can work through this. But I just think this is really irresponsible spending at this time. And I would like to see it cut back to at least 500,000 and then work from there out, because we do that debt service of $100,000 a month. That's a big number. I mean, we got used to throwing the $1 million number around through the COVID. All you heard was $1 million here, $1 million there. It's easy to say $1 million. It's 1,000. That's a lot of money. So we need to come back to grounding ourselves.
19 or something.
I would ask my colleague to call for another fair board meeting. Let those of us that haven't been participating come in and help work through it and get a budget formulated that makes sense, and then come back to the table with it. These are times of responsible leadership, and we need to do that. If we don't, we could be running into some tough times down the road. So with that said, thank you, Chairman.
Any other comments, council members? Sounds like we still have a lot of work to do. Having a budget to work with is probably ideal at this point. And I asked Mr. Bartlett if he wants to schedule some more board meetings. Sounds like we got some more people that want to attend.
Yeah, Chairman, the main thing is this resolution. Like I said, it's not, we ain't gonna use this whole 900,000. And we could drop it back to 5 right now and work our way up, and before you know it, the fair is here and we don't got a carnival, and we might not even have that cornhole tournament that they're requesting, 37,000, So I'm just saying that from what I see is that there's people coming in with higher payment plans, I guess you could say, higher budgets. I don't know if it's because it's a new year or these things kind of rise throughout the years, but it's here. So I'm just saying, if you guys want a fair, just approve the budget and let us do the work. I'm not asking Mr. Kessler to come to the fair board meeting because, we're probably not going to see eye to eye on, I play basketball and he wants to wrestle, or,
Is there a second to the motion?
Just, we need to move forward with this, Chairman.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve the resolution, and the second was by Mr. Bringsplenty. Mr. Kessler?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask my colleague one more time to schedule another Fair Board meeting so that we can come together and work out a budget that makes sense. If you can do that, we'll come to the table.
Chairman, we've been having Fair Board meetings, you know. Mr. Kessler sees a budget of 900,000. They didn't have a problem with RJ's budget of almost 800,000 last year. So what's the issue is, you know, with the 900,000? I just now said that we might not even use 800,000, but we got to get something out there because, like I said, some of my cowboy buddies at the rodeo want to order saddles, and we can't take any action unless this is approved. We can't draw anything down. So, but if we prolong this and, you know, we barely have a quorum here today, somebody gets upset and leaves the meeting, you know, there we are waiting for another meeting. So I'm just saying that I'm doing my part as the chairman of the Fair Board, but we've been having these Fair Board meetings. We've been brainstorming, we've been doing the research, and if we pass this, we could still come to the table, and maybe it's only gonna be 500,000 like Mr. Kessler says, you know. But we gotta do something now, Chairman. If we prolong this, things ain't gonna happen. Politics is starting to come into play a little bit closer now. You know, a few months ago when I was doing the research and having these meetings, there wasn't too many calls, but now we got people calling saying, I worked this before, you know, I did this before, I've been doing this for years. They always paid me this amount. So this is a new board, this is a new direction, you know, new ideas, and whether it's just 5 of us that been showing up to the Fair Board meetings, then, you know, that's the 5 that's putting on the fair. So, but I know Mr. Kessler wants to get involved. He's welcome to come to the meetings and show us his ideas. And I just don't know why rodeo and power grounds is depleted and run down. And, you know, as Fair Board chairman, you know, we're bringing in a new power arena, so that's a start. And the next thing, the other ideas we're doing is we're beautifying the community. To me, that's the first. You know, I haven't seen anybody discuss BIA coming in and clean up these roads and get those weeds from the sidewalks. And, you know, it should be like we're pulling into one of these rich cities, you know. So beautifying the community, that's just going to bring peace and enjoyment and celebration. This other way of just throwing a bunch of alcohol during the fair and causes people to get stabbed and shot and lots of fights and lots of depression. So we're bringing a different vision. So, but this 900,000 is there. It's something to work with. I think we need to discuss raising those lease rates, you know. So we're talking about saving money and the people and things like that. You know, let's bring that to the table too. You know, let's raise those lease rates. Let's raise those lease rates, and we can bring in those millions and millions of dollars, and we can even put some aside for the, you know, maybe $1 million fair next year, and then we could put the other millions aside for people, food and clothing and medical trips and medical assistance. So I just don't see why we're even dragging this on this long, executives, chairman.
Mr. Kessler, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I'd like to respond to some of that. You know, I never criticized Mr. Bartlett for not coming and participating in the Fair Board meetings. It's unfortunate that he started his division campaign once again. It seems like every time he's pressured on something that he's trying to do that doesn't make much sense, that he wants to go back to the well and start pointing fingers and dividing as usual. I would still like to come to the table and work with Mr. Bartlett. I think it's important to have the budget formulated and sitting in front of us. We have no idea. Mr. Inderwood stated it. There's no budget here. Nothing formal. We're just making a decision on what somebody's saying we need. We don't know the needs, or maybe we'll just make the loan for X amount of dollars. If we don't use it all, we can give it back. Well, that don't make sense either. That's not the way you do things. You budget it out and you ask for that amount, and then you stay within your means. And it's always been done that way. And I'd like to see it done that way again. You know, but I would ask my colleague to schedule a meeting. Let's meet. Let's go over it. Come to, lower your amount to at least 500,000, and we can approve that and go from there. But as far as divide and conquer it, I don't think that's appropriate at this time to go down that road when we're trying to do good things for all of the people. So I would ask my colleague to take those into consideration as we move forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. LeBeau?
Guys, I'm just going to say, take a step back and think about this $1 million budget and how many of your people are going to go hurting this summer or winter. You know, food, all of it. You guys made me stick to budgets. What the heck? Almost $1 million? No wonder why our tribe is in shambles. Check out our roads. You guys keep talking about roads. I mean, I can go out and sit here listening to you guys. This is how it's been for 10 years, back and forth over a fair board budget. Give them a limit, and that's it. If you want to make a new cook shack and a new grounds and you want to do all of that, then guess what? You have next how many years? Get it in place before next year, not right now.
Okay, Madam Secretary or Mr. Bartlett?
Yeah, Chairman, to me, I'm looking at this as a positive thing. You know, I'm looking at all the different fashions coming in, and we all know the political groups. We all know who don't like each other and things like that, and we all know who's going to constantly throw us down for doing good things. And that $1 million power arena, there's probably people talking down on that, but that's going to be a state-of-the-art power arena that we brought in here as a tribal council. You know, that was one day that we worked together. So this is just another extra 100,000. 700,000, 800,000 were the past fairs budgets. Now my colleague's saying he can only support 500,000. So I was one of those council reps that didn't like the money going up every year and year after year. So, but now I'm the chairman of this fair board, and to me, we need to bring in a good celebration. And I see the budget, and I see where certain people are getting paid more than others. And you got Arlen Lee volunteering in a horseshoe tournament, and then you got somebody over here getting paid $3,000, you know, for 2 hours of an activity. And Arlen Lee's horseshoe tournament going on 3 days or throughout the weekend, and he's only doing volunteer. So to make things fair is everybody that's participating should get something. You know, you shouldn't have people like that, like Arlen Lee, that's just coming out of his own heart to take time out of his life to put on this horseshoe tournament. So that's what I'm bringing is fairness, and I'm trying to balance everything out and make it fair and eliminate all the fashions. But this negativity isn't good. So, you know, that $1 million, they're probably saying, well, we should have bought food with that. You know, maybe we shouldn't buy no new water park. Maybe we shouldn't buy no new casino or no new Flying J gas station or the new LTM or a new motel out by 4 Mile. Or maybe we shouldn't accept that new school, you know. So anyways, we're the tribal government. You know, people put us here to develop and build things, and myself as District 5 council representative, I'm gonna continue to bring ideas and visions, and you know, I'm gonna keep on going. So whether you're on board with me or not, but those colleagues that ain't sitting here now, they never supported District 5, they never supported me. So they ain't sitting here, and they're probably listening too, you know, and they're probably agreeing with me, because I told them I told them that the people are gonna vote you guys out. So the people are watching, and negative people are gonna talk down on you no matter what. So we gotta keep positive, just keep moving. Thank you.
Mr. Kessler, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think anybody's being negative about this. All we're doing is pointing out the fact that this is fiscally irresponsible, and we would like to take a closer look at it. I don't think anybody is talking down to my colleague, Representative Bartlett, for any reasons. But we do need to work together on this, and I can't support it, and I hope my colleagues can't neither, because it isn't on the up and up of what we should be doing for long term. And I know Mr. Bartlett is getting agitated with me for continuing to speak, but I guess that's why I'm sitting here as well. Nobody's got any ill regard towards District 5. That's surely not the case. It's just that we represent districts out there, out and about. We're not in here where all the services are, all the good roads, all the conveniences of a community that has everything provided. Our people need the services. They need that extra help to get to and fro. And as far as, you know, the cook shack, I know that thing's been wore out for years, so that isn't even part of the discussion. Like I said, they cooked at the Cultural Center last year. Davey, Mr. West, is the director over there now, and he was more than helpful. He was actually stepped up and offered for us to use his facilities, which was very gracious of him and his department. And he runs a good department, and he was always looking to help with these types of things. And I'm not trying in any way to curry work for my relatives or neighbors. It's just that that's something that they've done for most of their lifetime, and they count on that. That money they get from cutting wood or working at the fair, that's money that they have an intention for, that brings them to the fair, that pays for their celebration, or maybe it buys their kids clothes for school. So it is important that we help those that are out in the outlying communities just a little bit more because of the need of distance and time and expense to out there and back. So that's my stance, and I still think we need to come together and work this out in a better way. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to approve the resolution for the Labor Day Fair Rodeo Powwow. Madam Secretary?
Bryce Simowitz. Ted Knife Jr. absent. John Kessler.
Abstain.
Kenrick Dupree. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell. Thad Bros.
Nope.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinksplanning. Bob Walters. Ron Russo, absent. Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Seven yes, 2 no, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. Council, let's take a 5-minute break. Ms. Haskell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a budget and finance meeting from June 9th. It was called to order at 10:26. Members present were myself, Ted Knife Jr., Thad Rose, Bob Walters, and Tuffy Thompson. There was one action that came out of this meeting, and it was to approve the Victory Day celebration. And that action is motion by Representative Thompson, second Representative Walters, to approve up to $20,000 for the Victory Day celebration events and activities. We did not use all that money. That would be my motion.
Motion by Ms. Haskell, second by Mr. Walters. Comments? Questions? Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Bryce in the woods. Ted Knife Jr. absent. John Kessler.
John?
Kenrick Dupree. Sharon Lee.
Here? Oh, yes? Sorry.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett. Joe Brinks Planning. Bob Walters. Ron Russo absent. Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Ms. Haskell?
Thank you. The next meeting was May 17th. Members present were myself, Ted Knife Jr., Derek Bartlett, Sharon Lee, Ronald Russo, and Thad Rose. First action taken is motion by Council Representative Ronald Russo, second by Council Representative Derek Bartlett, to approve reimbursement to Geraldine Badger at the Cheyenne River Motel in the amount of $417.28. That will be my motion.
Got a motion by Ms. Haskell, second by Mr. Walters. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary?
Bryce in the woods. Ted Knife Jr. absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick Dupree. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinks Planning. Bob Walters. Ron Russo absent. Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
10 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Ms. Haskell?
Thank you. The first motion was already handled. Sorry if you guys are following along on paper. And then we'll go to the third motion. That one was handled in-house. The one regarding the grandmothers group. The fourth motion was by Council Representative Sharon Lee, second by Council Representative Ronald Russo, to refer celebration funds to the 2024 budget hearing, and that was just a referral. Do we need to refer that here again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that'll be my motion. Motion to refer.
Got a motion to refer by Ms. Haskell, second by Mr. Walters. All in favor, raise your hand. 3, 6, 9, 10. 10 yes, motion carries. Go ahead.
Thank you. We can skip the next two and go to the motion by Council Representative Ted Knife Jr., second by Council Representative Thad Rose, to refer to administration to have all tribal programs assist with the events for the Victory Day, and that has also been taken care of. I don't think we need any action on that. So my next motion is by Council Representative Thad Rose, second by Council Representative Ronald Russo, to fund the shelter out of ARPA funding. There was 5 yes, 0 abstain, and 0 no's. Motion carried. That'll be my motion.
Motion by Ms. Haskell, Second by Mr. Rose. Go ahead.
I believe is that old agency shelter?
It would be Old Agency and New Hope.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Excuse me, can you repeat your motion? I don't have a copy of those minutes.
I sure can, Kim. The motion is to fund the shelter out of ARPA funding, and that's including the New Hope shelter and the Old Agency homeless shelter.
Thank you. Bryce Underwoods? Ted Knife Jr.? Absent John Kessler?
Yes.
Henrik Dupree? Sharon Lee?
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell?
Yes.
Thad Rose?
Yes.
Derek Bartlett?
Yes.
Joe Brinksplanning? Bob Walters? Ron Russo? Absent Tuffy Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. Ms. Haskell.
Thank you. My last motion is by Council Representative Derek Bartlett, second by Council Representative Ronald Russo, to increase the nutrition budget from 4,000 to 6,000. There was 5 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. That'll be my motion.
Okay, motion by Ms. Haskell, second by Ms. Lee. Comments, Madam Secretary?
Bryce Underwoods? Ted Knife Jr.? Absent John Kessler?
Yes.
Henrik Dupree? Sharon Lee?
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell?
Yes.
Thad Rose?
Yes.
Derek Bartlett? Joe Brinksplanning? Bob Walters? Ron Russo, absent. Tuffy Thompson? Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent. Motion carries. Ms. Haskell?
Thank you. That concludes the budget meeting for the month of May.
Do you have more
I
budget
don't have
minutes?
any in front of me.
I see it June 16th.
If the,
No, I have it.
I don't
it.
have any papers, Mr. Chairman. I was not presented with any. If anybody has a copy, I would definitely read them into the record. Don't, Mr. What's that for? Oh, that has them. All right, we're back in business. I have a meeting from June 9th that was called to order at 10:26. Members present were myself, Ted Knife Jr., Thad Rose, Bob Walters, and Tuffy Thompson. Those are the minutes I just read, Mr. Chairman. Those are the minutes on the Victory Day celebration. That's all I have. I don't want to do Victory Day 3 times. Yes. I did May 17th and I did June 9th. That's all I have. That's all I have presented. If you have any more, even on a computer, I would take them, but I don't have any.
I got an email earlier with June 16th on there. You can just, you want to wait on that one, or you want to make copies or something?
If we can get a copy of it, I would present them. But
You want-
none of us were given those yet.
Okay. Okay. I guess there's a box at the office of minutes. Did those come down? No. They said there's a box up there somewhere. Has all kinds of minutes in it. Ms. Lee, you want to do the economic development you passed out?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. These minutes were just passed out. The Economic Development Committee meeting met on Monday, May 15th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Called to order at 9:46 a.m. Members present: Sharon Lee, Chair; Thad Rose, Vice Chair; Ted Knife Jr., Kenrick Dupree, Kelsey Haskell, and John Kessler. The first report was the Tribal Credit Department. Cody Hyelk presented a report to the committee, and she stated there was also funding available for Cheyenne River members interested in starting a business or any other business-related venture. And she had no motions for the committee. The next was Planning and Economic Development. Candace LeBeau. Candace submitted her report to the committee, and she had her budgets for 2023. She had discussed Economic Development Administration, EDA, which is one of their grants, Touch the Cloud Development Site, which is being worked on for the infrastructure, Tribal Administration Building, and the priority will be the school, as the funding is currently all available for the new school. EDA Partnership Planning Grant, EDA Indigenous Communities Grant, TECHA Grant, Data Research Management Contact Economic Analysis, Business Enhancement Signage Project, Cultural Economic Development, and Cultural Language Revitalization, which is under Ordinance 66. And that was discussed, Candace brought it to the committee because she has concerns about the language, as we all do, a language immersion for the reservation. And there was a motion by Council Representative Ted Knife Jr., second by Thad Rose, to support cultural economic development. And I don't think we need to vote on that. I think we all do that. But Ms. LeBeau is going to work on a survey, and she will bring back to the committee at the next meeting. And next, to Shannon Brown, Walks the Earth Incorporated, was at the EDC committee meeting, and he came to the committee with a request for funds to access tribal lands and allotted lands for carbon credits and to secure investments and federal funding to manufacture hempcrete and hemp windmill sand and to begin process to produce hemp biofuels and biodiesel. And he had consulting services description, budget, expense, and community biorefineries LLC. He was going to bring some information to the committee. We said we would look at what he provided to the committee, but he had some more information he was going to give to us. So he'll be at the next committee meeting. And next on the agenda was Credco, JD Williams. And May 15th, Credco report was submitted. He informed us of the CHECHA grants that were awarded to the various Credco departments. Update on Cheyenne River landfill. Work continues on the new landfill with new cost projections. As we know, the 40 acres that was allocated for the new landfill is not feasible, so it's being moved a little further from the original site in that area. He's working with Game Fish and Parks in the land office and on that. And that is continues, work continues. The insurance issues that he's been working with administration on the insurance, trying to get all the businesses under the tribe's insurance umbrella. And there's some past invoices that he's been working with the insurance company on. And that work continues to get those invoices from the company and get those taken care of now. LTMC stores, solar power for C stores was addressed. Gaming Commission, We did have training on May 31st for the Gaming Commission with NIGC. Sean Chase was here, and he'll be the rep for this area. So the work continues on that. And there was no motions from that meeting. I have another, I asked Caden to email you the EDC minutes of July 3rd when I found out that admin leave was going to happen on July 3rd, and that's when the the Economic Development Committee meeting for the month of June was supposed to be. And we had a non-disclosure agreement from Innovatus Solar, and they're interested in a solar farm. We've been working with them, and we want to get the NDA approved. So we did have a meeting just to approve the NDA, and Mark Van Norman did the legal review, and everything looks good. And I do have that on here, but if you want to wait for the minutes, I guess, did anyone see the minutes on there? I asked her to send them to the rest of you guys. Okay, I asked her to email the minutes with the legal review and the NDA, so I'll address those, Chairman LeBeau, when I get the email from Caden. She should be sending it out shortly, so.
Do you want to do those minutes as well, or?
I have them on my email, but I don't have them printed out, and I asked her to send them to you. Ask him if he does. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll check with Dean to see if he's got him, but.
Did you want to do this motion? Support cultural economic development?
Well, we're going to do that with the next one. Candace LeBeau, Ms. LeBeau brings that survey to us. I could just do that motion. I mean, we all support it, but if, I'll go ahead and make that motion then from the minutes. Motion by Council Representative Ted Knife Jr., second by Council Representative Thad Rose to support cultural economic development, and that's my motion.
Okay, we got a motion by Ms. Lee. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Rose. Comments? Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Bryce Sendowitz. Ted Knife Jr. absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick Dupree. Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinksplani. Bob Walters. Ron Russo. Absent. Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. I guess she did have the minutes brought over. So the next minutes are July 3rd, 2023, and this was the June meeting. Present, Sharon Lee, Chair, Ted Knife Jr., Kelsey Haskell, and John Kessler. It was a short meeting. There was no work that day, so we just had a meeting on Zoom just to get this motion taken care of. We've been waiting on the legal review for a few months, so we needed it done. And it was a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, with Innovatus Solar LLC, which is attached. The legal review has been done by Mr. Van Norman, and everything was good. They want to come and identify potential sites for the solar farm or farms, depending on, what they find. And also hydro panels. I told them we're very interested in hydro panels, as we know, which are panels that draw moisture from the air and turn it into drinkable water, potable water. So it is attached. I asked her to email the legal review from Mark, and that was on the first page of this agreement, but I don't see it on this copy. But it was done, and it just is a good review, according to Mr. Van Norman. Motion by Council Representative John Kessler, second by Council Representative Ted Knife Jr. to approve the NDA with Innovatus Solar LLC, and that is my motion. Chairman?
they need a copy of these minutes because I don't have anything.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Lee, second by Mr. Kessler. Madam Secretary needs the minutes.
Jared's making a copy.
Okay.
Ms. Lee, I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? I don't have a copy of the minutes.
I gave my copy to Mr. Anderson. He's making a copy of it, but it was, motion was, can you see your minutes? I don't have my minutes. He's making a copy of it right now, the one I just read.
I just took
Sorry.
mine up to her. She has.
Okay. It's 17th, I'm the 3rd, July 3rd.
Bryce in the Woods. Ted Knife Jr., absent. John Kessler.
Yes.
Kenrick Dupree. Sharon Lee. Kelsey Haskell.
Yes.
Thad Rose.
Yes.
Derek Bartlett.
Yes.
Joe Brinksplenny. Bob Walters. Ron Russo, absent. Tuffy Thompson. Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Ms. Lee?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I got another copy of the same budget and finance minutes. I do not have any more budget minutes.
I do. Okay, for the next set of minutes, yeah. You want to do your District 1?
You got the May 23rd minutes? May 23rd.
May 31st.
We issued a election of for district president, which we didn't give a 10-day notice, but we had our regular meeting thereafter. And there was a couple motions there, but it was chaired by the recently elected Juanita Ores. Our secretary was elected as district president. And then that vacant seat for the secretary, we wanted that advertised again, but that action was, according to Madam Secretary, she didn't accept these minutes. So we rescheduled the special meeting for election of district president, and that came on the 10th day. So we did have that meeting, and we did elect. There was just only one candidate, Juanita Ores, as district president. But that was at our regular special meeting. So she said she wasn't gonna accept those minutes because we didn't allow the 10 days, but we did. But then she said there was a motion to advertise for 30 days, which there was no applicants. So it seemed like these minutes should be able to be acted on. That's where we're at in District 1 now. And Madam Secretary is not here to answer the questions. Is she going to accept these minutes?
It's being advertised currently. Deadline's tomorrow. We have 2 applicants.
What's that?
But it's being advertised, and then the deadline's tomorrow. There's applicants that are applying for the position.
Is that for the district president? And then we gotta open now for the
Yeah.
secretary.
Yeah. President.
Okay. So just hold up on these minutes. 'Cause I chaired that meeting, then she took over when they took those actions. So does that, those minutes null and void, or?
You can do the 31st meeting, May 31st.
Okay, we'll get into the motions. There's a motion by, these are May 31st. A motion by Bernita Inouye to refer secretary position back to tribal council. Second by Ron Widow, 14 yes, 0 no, 3 not voting, motion carried. That would be my motion. I think refer back to council, I think it was to refer for 30 days for the secretary, like we did for the president. So I don't know about how it reads there. Should be 30-day advertisement for secretary.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Underwoods. Is there a second? Need a second? Tribal Council? Second by Mr. Walters. It's a referral. All in favor, raise your hand.
This is on May 31st.
10 yes, motion carries.
This was our regular session.
Mr. Underwoods?
Second motion by Ron Widow to direct Cheyenne River Housing Authority to transfer CRST Unit 98 immediately due to prior dangers this tenant has caused for the community. There was a second, there was 2 yes, 4 no, 13 not voting, motion failed. Next motion by Doreen Straightead to rescind previous in-house action that states all monthly District 1 regular meetings to be held in Dupree due to lack of quorum. Second by Carmen O'Leary, that went 11 yes, 2 no, 6 not voting, motion carried. That'll be my motion, or is that in-house?
I think that's kind of in-house, sounds like to me.
All right, I'll go to the next motion by Doreen Straightead to have all monthly meetings back in the communities of District 1 to include all public service announcements, KIPAI radio, flyer, etc. with date and time of the meeting. Second by Carmen O'Leary, 13 yes, 3 no, 3 non-voting, motion carried. That'd be my motion.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Underwoods.
Is that in-house as
PSAs?
well,
Due to the PSAs,
Mr. Inowitz? Is that an in-house motion as well?
well, I think because of the PSAs, KP radio, I think we need some approval.
So you want it to go, okay, I'll second that for him.
Okay, second by Ms. Haskell. Comments or questions? Madam Secretary?
Bryce Inowitz,
Uh-huh.
Ted Knife Jr. absent, John Kissler,
Yes.
Henrik Dupree, Sharon Lee,
Yes.
Kelsey Haskell,
Yes.
Deb Rose,
Yes.
Derek Bartlett,
Yes.
Joe Brinkspani, Bob Walters, Ron Russo, absent, Tuffy Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ten yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 2 absent, motion carries. Mr. Underwoods.
Motion by Bernita Inouye to have a human resource director create a new leave policy to include a sick leave bank under the Family Medical Leave Act and present it to the claim. Second by Gary Cudmore, 14 yes, 0 no, 3 non-voting, motion carried. That'd be my motion to refer the claims and legislation.
Okay, we got a motion to refer by Mr. Underwood, second by Ms. Haskell. All in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, motion carries. Mr. Underwoods.
A motion by Ron Widow to establish a public relations officer with career status to carry out council actions that will be selected by the hiring board and be completed by September 30th, 2023 to utilize fiscal year 2024 funding. Second by Bernita Inwoods, 10 yes, 0 no, 6 not voting, motion carried.
Mr. In the Woods, could you please repeat that into your microphone, please? Or sorry, Thad has a copy, I'll read it. Thank you.
Do you want me to read it again? That'd be my motion, Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second?
Do we have this type of a title, a public relations officer?
No. We should refer it to claims and legislation though, because it's a new position and budget.
Yeah, I make a motion to refer to claims and budget.
Okay. Motion to refer to claims. All in favor, raise your hand.
And budget.
10 yes. Motions by Mr. Underwood, second by Mr. Brinks-Plenty. Thank you. Go ahead.
Meeting adjourned at 8:49, May 31st. It was signed by Acting Secretary Eric Inowitz. That completes May 31st.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Underwoods. Council, we'll have the attorney here. We'll go back to the Simply Smiles discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should either go into executive or go off air if we're gonna be discussing purchasing or any type of purchasing power that we have.
That's your motion?
Motion for executive.
Second.
Motion for executive session by Ms. Haskell, second by Ms. Lee. All in favor, raise your hand. Nine yes, one not voting, motion carries. Council will go into executive session at 3:42. We'll ask our general public to give us some time to do our executive session business. This was been ongoing. He's been calling the office, and we just tell him, well, we'll put you on, and then today, I guess they called him, and he's not available today. So, but anyways, I don't have any other information. We told him to send us the information, and also like a letter or something, and that way we can formally present it. Otherwise, I don't have anything. And who owns those water lines going forward and whatnot. That's kind of some interesting questions. Go ahead, Mr. Underwoods.
Yeah, Chairman, I think usually it'd be city government to tribal, so then that legal has to be done, and then we got construction coming in with the sewer lines and that new water tower, and then they did some riprapping and some water. The city did that, and if you go to Dupree, it's looking good, except for around our multi-purpose building. We need to get a excavator, and we had it marked out before, and the city did theirs, what they were going to do, and infrastructure improvements. That was started from Mayor Link, the old man Link. But it got done now, so these things take a little while, but we're going to have YMCA's got one house built now and 3 foundations left to go. And then we got some areas where we're going to have to tap into the sewer and water.
Okay, we're back on the record, just for the record.
So for the record, I think we need to get that letter request, and it's government to government, so do that legal on that whenever you get that letter.
Yeah.
But we are
need that letter.
expanding there, and we need to improve every community.
Okay, we'll get that letter and that information, and hopefully by tomorrow we'll have that all for council's consideration. Next on the list is Lance. Mr. Frazier. And I'll give the floor to you, Mr. Frazier.
I would like to request executive because it does have to deal with children.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Walters for executive session, second by Ms. Lee. All in favor, raise your hand. 10 yes, 0 no, motion carries.